Hey there, story lovers. This is Gringotts Hub, and we're bringing you an epic adventure. Goblin blood test revealed Harry was heir to 22 ancient houses and Dumbledore had stolen every single one since birth. Hit like, subscribe, and let's begin this journey. Chapter 1, The Audit. The letter arrived on a Tuesday, which Harry had always thought was a thoroughly unremarkable day of the week, and so it felt appropriate that the most important piece of mail he would ever receive in his life came on one. He was in the kitchen at number 4, Privet Drive, washing up after breakfast, or rather, washing up Dudley's breakfast, since Dudley had eaten enough for 3 grown men and then wandered off to watch television without so much as glancing at the stack of plates he'd left behind. Uncle Vernon had already left for work. Aunt Petunia was deadheading roses in the back garden with the focused aggression she usually reserved for things that couldn't fight back. Harry had just plunged his hands into the soapy water when the owl arrived. It wasn't Hedwig. This owl was enormous, a tawny imperial with a wingspan that made the kitchen window frame creak when it gripped the sill, and it carried itself with the distinct air of something that had never been told no and didn't anticipate starting now. Tied to its leg was a thick envelope of pale cream vellum, sealed with a wax stamp that Harry recognized immediately, a vault door, rendered in miniature, with a pickaxe crossed over a key. Gringotts. Harry dried his hands on a dish towel and took the envelope. The owl didn't leave. It just stared at him with large amber eyes that communicated, very clearly, that it was waiting for a response and had been instructed to wait as long as necessary. The seal broke with a sound like a small lock clicking open. Inside was a single sheet of the same heavy vellum, covered in dense, precise script that leaned slightly to the left as though the writer had been in a hurry, or simply hadn't cared about aesthetics. Gringotts Wizarding Bank, Department of Inheritance, Trusts, and Ancestral Claims, Office of Director Ragnarok, Senior Partner to Harry James Potter Re, Mandatory Inheritance Audit, Reference Case 1147, P. Mr. Potter, pursuant to the Goblin Accord of 1752, Subsection 14, Article 9. Any vault or estate held in trust by Gringotts Wizarding Bank which remains unclaimed by its primary heir for a period exceeding 15 years from the date of that heir's birth shall be subject to mandatory audit and disclosure. You will turn 15 years of age on the 31st of July. This audit is not optional. Your presence is required at Gringotts, Diagon Alley, London, on the 30th of July, no later than 10 o'clock in the morning. Failure to appear will result in Gringotts acting as executor of all relevant estates, at our discretion, in accordance with the terms of the 1752 Accord. Please bring this letter. No other documentation is required. Director Ragnarok. Harry read it twice. Then he sat down at the kitchen table, which he rarely did because it was technically Desley furniture and sitting on Desley furniture felt like an act of submission, and read it a third time. Vaults. Plural. He had Vault 687 at Gringotts. He'd been in it exactly once, with Hagrid, before his first year at Hogwarts. It had been full of gold, more gold than he'd known what to do with, and he'd mostly tried not to think about it too much because thinking about it led to thinking about his parents, and thinking about his parents before he'd been at Hogwarts long enough to feel safe there had felt like pressing a bruise. But this letter wasn't about Vault 687. This letter was about vaults, plural, and estates, and ancestral claims, and words like primary heir that implied there were secondary heirs, and the whole tone of it had the controlled urgency of someone delivering news that was going to be very significant and wanted to make sure the recipient understood that before they arrived. Harry folded the letter carefully, put it back in its envelope, and went upstairs to write to Sirius. The reply from Sirius came 6 hours later, via a battered brown owl that looked like it had been flying very fast for a long time. The letter was short and in Sirius's handwriting, which slanted dramatically to the right as though his thoughts were always outrunning his pen. Harry, go. I'll meet you there. Don't tell Dumbledore yet. Padfoot that yet was doing a lot of work, Harry thought. He tucked that letter away too and started packing his school bag. Diagon Alley on the 30th of July was its usual organized chaos, witches and wizards flowing around each other with the particular coordination of people who'd been navigating a magically compressed shopping district their whole lives, owls overhead, the distant crash of something in the back of Weasley's wizard wheezes, the smell of fresh bread from the bakery 3 doors down from the leaky cauldron. Harry walked through it with his hood pulled up, not because he thought it would fool anyone with any particular powers of observation, but because it bought him 30 extra seconds before someone recognized him, and 30 seconds was sometimes enough to get where you were going. Sirius was waiting outside Gringotts on the white marble steps, leaning against one of the columns with his hands in his pockets and his dark hair loose around his shoulders, looking about 10 years younger than he had a year ago. Getting Pettigrew caught and dragged in front of the Wizengamot had done that, had knocked the haunted look out of his eyes and replaced it with something that was, if Harry had to name it, something like aliveness. He was wearing Muggle jeans and a jacket and looked deeply out of place and completely unbothered by that fact. He straightened when he saw Harry coming up the steps and something moved across his face, relief, maybe, or some cousin of it. "You look terrible," he said. "Have the Dursleys been feeding you?" "Good morning to you too." "Seriously, Harry, you're too thin. I'm going to have words with Petunia." "Please don't. Last time you had words with Petunia she didn't speak to me for 2 weeks, which was actually wonderful, but she also stopped leaving food out for me, which was less wonderful." Harry stopped beside him and looked up at the vast bronze doors. "Did you know about this?" Sirius was quiet for a beat too long. "Sirius. I knew there were other vaults," Sirius said carefully. "I didn't know the full extent of it." He turned to look at Harry directly, and there was something in his expression that Harry couldn't quite read yet but filed away for later. "That's the truth. What's the part that isn't the full truth?" Sirius opened his mouth. Closed it. "Let's go inside first." The interior of Gringotts was the same as Harry remembered it, the vast marble hall, the long counters staffed by goblins with sharp eyes and sharper expressions, the low murmur of transactions that all sounded extremely serious even when they probably weren't. Harry had been here twice before, once with Hagrid before first year, once with the Weasleys before his second year, and both times he'd moved through it quickly, focused on the vault, not looking too carefully at the institution itself. Now he looked. The goblins behind the counters were watching him. Not glancing up and going back to their ledgers the way they did with most customers. Watching him, with the particular kind of attention that suggested they'd been waiting. A goblin met them at the door before they'd made it 3 steps into the hall. He was short, even by goblin standards, but held himself with an authority that made height entirely irrelevant. His robes were deep burgundy and he wore a chain of office across his chest, heavy gold link set with polished black stones that caught the chandelier light and gave nothing back. "Mr. Potter," he said. His voice was precise and dry, like a very old document being read aloud. "I am Ragnarok, director of Gringotts. I wrote you the letter." "I guessed," Harry said. "Thank you for the advance notice." Ragnarok studied him for a moment with eyes that were the amber of old amber, the kind that had things fossilized in it. "You are punctual. I appreciate that in a client." He glanced at Sirius. "Lord Black. Your presence is not required but is noted." "Wouldn't miss it," Sirius said pleasantly. "Follow me." They were led not toward the vault carts, as Harry had expected, but to a side corridor Harry hadn't noticed before, a narrow passage behind one of the larger counters that opened, after 30 feet and a left turn, into a room that was nothing like the marble grandeur of the main hall. It was smaller, warmer, paneled in dark wood, with a round table at its center and several chairs arranged around it in a way that suggested serious conversation rather than formal transaction. There were 5 other goblins already in the room, all seated, all watching Harry with variations of the same focused attention he'd felt from the main hall. There were also 2 scrolls on the table, both of them sealed, both considerably thicker than any scroll Harry had ever received from school. Ragnarok took his seat at the head of the table. Harry and Sirius sat across from him. The other goblins didn't introduce themselves but each held a quill in a way that suggested they were about to write things down and keep them. "Mr. Potter," Ragnarok said, "before we begin, I am going to explain why you are here. in precise terms, because what follows will be significant and I want you to have full context before any of it happens. He folded his hands on the table. Gringotts operates under a set of accords that predate the current British wizarding government by 400 years. Those accords give us certain obligations that override the instructions of any individual client, including instructions given on behalf of a minor. One of those obligations is inheritance disclosure. If an estate is held in trust and the primary heir has not been informed of it within 15 years of their birth, we are legally and contractually required to inform them ourselves. Harry said nothing. He was watching Ragnar's face. It was brought to our attention approximately 3 months ago, Ragnar continued, during routine ledger review, that your primary vault, Vault 687, was only one of several vaults registered in your name or in the name of your ancestral bloodlines. The others had been placed in dormancy. A pause, small and precise. By instruction. Whose instruction? Harry asked. That, Ragnar said, is what the audit will determine definitively. But I will tell you now, Mr. Potter, that the instruction signatures on file are not yours. You were an infant when they were given. He picked up the first scroll and slid it across the table. Before we open these, I need to conduct a blood test. It is standard procedure for inheritance verification and it is also necessary in your particular case because there are questions about your bloodline that the test will resolve. Do you consent? Yes, Harry said immediately. Sirius shifted in his seat beside him. Harry noticed and didn't look at him. One of the other goblins produced a small stone bowl, perfectly smooth, carved from something dark gray and slightly translucent, and set it in the center of the table. Beside it he placed a silver needle, slim as a pin, and a glass vial. 3 drops, Ragnar said. Into the bowl. Harry took the needle. He pressed it to the tip of his index finger without hesitating, and the prick was so sharp it barely registered as pain, just a bead of red welling up, dark and immediate. He held his finger over the bowl and let 3 drops fall. They hit the stone surface and spread, but not the way water spreads. They moved with a kind of deliberate intelligence, like ink finding the lines it was always meant to fill, branching outward in patterns that were unmistakably purposeful even before anything happened. Harry watched them spread and felt something, not pain, not exactly, but a pulling sensation deep in his sternum, as if the blood on the stone was still connected to the blood in his veins and was pulling both of them toward the same point. Then the stone began to glow. It started faint, a warm amber, the color of old honey, and then it intensified, shifting through gold into something brighter, something that wasn't quite any color Harry had a name for, and the branching lines of his blood began to resolve into shapes. Letters. Words in an archaic script that Harry couldn't read, but the goblins could, clearly, because the ones with quills began writing immediately and the ones without quills had gone very still in the particular way that things go still when they are witnessing something they did not quite expect. The glow peaked, blazed white gold for 3 full seconds, and then faded. The stone was now covered in text. Dense, fine text, the color of dried blood, that covered every inch of the bowl's surface and had, apparently, continued onto the table itself in a thin ring around the bowl's base. Ragnar was not writing. He was reading. And his expression, which had been controlled and professional throughout, had shifted into something that Harry could only describe as carefully managed astonishment. The room was very quiet. Well, said one of the other goblins, softly, in a tone that was somewhere between professional and involuntary. Quite, said Ragnar. He looked up from the bowl and met Harry's eyes. Mr. Potter. I am going to read you your bloodline results. I ask that you allow me to finish before you respond, as the full picture is important and the pieces of it only make sense together. He looked down at the bowl again. Do you understand? Yes, Harry said. His voice came out completely steady. He was aware of Sirius's hand moving under the table, settling against his arm, not grabbing, just there, solid and present, which Harry appreciated more than he was going to say out loud. Ragnar began to read. Harry James Potter. Born July 31, 1980. Primary bloodline, House of Potter, ancient and noble. Paternal secondary bloodline, and here Ragnarok paused for just a fraction of a second, House of Peveril, ancient and most noble. Something moved through the room. Not a sound, more like a pressure shift, the way the air changes before lightning. Maternal secondary bloodline, House of Gaunt, ancient and most noble, through Lily Potter née Evans, whose maternal grandmother was Morrigan Gaunt, a squib who took a Muggle name. Ragnarok looked up briefly. This connects you also, by blood, to the House of Slytherin through the Gaunt line. He looked back down. Tertiary and ancestral bloodlines claimed through formal magical inheritance, dormant seals, or bloodline merger, as follows. He read for 7 minutes. Harry counted them on the clock on the wall behind Ragnarok's head because he needed something to count, something to do with the part of his brain that wanted to spin out of control and start screaming. He kept his hands flat on the table and he counted the minutes and he listened. House of Gryffindor. Ancient and most noble. Claimed through the Potter line's matrilineal connection to a branch of Godric Gryffindor's descendants that had been quietly absorbed into the Potter family tree 4 generations back and then, apparently, forgotten, or suppressed. House of Slytherin. Ancient and most noble. Confirmed through the Gaunt connection. House of Ravenclaw. Ancient and noble. Through a bloodline merger between an ancestor named Celia Ravenclaw and one Aldrich Potter in the year 1401, which had been registered with Gringotts at the time and then not mentioned again. House of Pendragon. Harry stopped counting minutes at that one and started again. Ancient and most noble, designated as a progenitor house under preministry Goblin law, meaning it carried override authority over most other noble designations. The bloodline connected to Harry through the Peveril line and had been sealed, deliberately sealed, with a suppression charm that the blood test had just broken. And then there were others. Merlin's house, House of Emrys. House of Le Fay. House of Flamel, a cadet branch, but valid. Houses Harry had never heard of, Ironwood, Ashvale, Blackthorn, Dawnmere, Silverthorn, Crestfall, Dunmore, Aldgate, Westmere, Thornwall, and 2 more whose names were in a script older than the others, in a language Ragnarok identified as Pre-Latin Goblinish, which he translated as roughly, House of the First Flame, and House of the Starborn. 22 houses in total. Ragnarok stopped reading. He set the scroll down and looked at Harry across the table. Harry said nothing for a moment. Pendragon, he said finally. Yes. As in, Arthur. The very same. You are the last living descendant of that line in an unbroken magical bloodline. It has been sealed since 1982. Ragnarok's voice was exactly as measured and controlled as it had been at the start, but his eyes were doing something different. There was something behind them that was older than professionalism, something that looked, if Harry was reading it right, like satisfaction. The seal was placed 3 weeks after your parents died. You were 14 months old. The room was silent again. By whom? Harry asked. The seal carries 2 signatures, Ragnarok said. One is your maternal aunt, Petunia Desley née Evans, who appears to have signed as your temporary guardian. She likely did not understand what she was signing. A pause. The second signature is that of Albus Percival Wulfric Brian Dumbledore. Harry exhaled slowly through his nose. Next to him, Sirius closed his eyes briefly. How many of the 22, Harry said, were sealed or suppressed after my parents died? Ragnarok picked up the second scroll. 17 of the 22 were sealed between November 1, 1981 and January 15, 1982. The signatures on those seals vary, some are Dumbledore's alone, some have co-signatures from ministry officials, 2 of them bear the signature of a goblin who was working here at the time and has since been dismissed. His jaw tightened slightly on that last part. The remaining 5 had been sealed earlier, at intervals, going back to 1965. However, those earlier seals were placed on vaults registered to your paternal grandparents, and at the time Dumbledore was acting under a legal guardianship arrangement for the Potter family, a guardianship that James Potter was never told about. He was the secret guardian of my grandparents. Of the Potter family finances and estate management, yes. He had been since your grandfather's death in 1965. It was registered quietly, without announcement. Harry looked at the bowl. The blood-red text on the stone caught the light and held it. How much gold? Ragnarok opened the second scroll. Vault 687, which you know, currently holds approximately 68,000 galleons in liquid assets. The 17 sealed vaults, combined, hold approximately, he scanned the scroll, 4,312,000 galleons, plus various non-liquid assets, properties, artifacts, Wisengamot seats, controlling interests in several magical businesses, and a number of family magical contracts that have been in abeyance. 4 million, Harry said. 312,000, Ragnarok confirmed. Plus the non-liquid assets, which are considerably more valuable than the gold. Sirius made a sound next to Harry. It was quiet and somewhat strangled, and it might have been a laugh or something darker. Harry still didn't look at him. The Wisengamot seats, Harry said. How many? 7 primary seats, as Lord of 7 houses. 3 secondary seats. A casting proxy for 4 more. Ragnarok set the scroll down. If you were to claim your full entitlement today, Mr. Potter, you would hold more seats in the Wisengamot than any single individual since the founding of the Ministry of Magic. You would, in fact, have a blocking majority on any legislation related to blood status, magical inheritance, and goblin-wizard accords. He met Harry's eyes. Which may explain why certain parties were motivated to ensure you didn't know. Or, Harry said, it was all about the prophecy and keeping me manageable. Both things can be true simultaneously, Ragnarok said. In our experience, they usually are. The clock on the wall ticked. Someone in the main hall, far away, was conducting what sounded like a fairly heated transaction in a language Harry didn't recognize. The suppressed abilities, Harry said. The blood test mentioned them. Yes. Ragnarok folded his hands again. The Pendragon seal specifically carried a secondary function. It was not merely a vault seal but a bloodline suppressor. It suppressed the active magical expression of any ability inherited through the Pendragon line. We believe this is why your magical power has always been. He paused, choosing his word with evident care. Inconsistent. Dramatically powerful at moments of emotional extremity, but not at a level one would expect from the heir of these bloodlines in ordinary practice. Harry thought about the times his magic had burst out of him involuntarily, the snake at the zoo, blowing up Aunt Marge, the Patronus in 3rd year that had driven off 100 Dementors when fully trained adult wizards couldn't. He'd always chalked it up to panic, to adrenaline. To being unusual. He was, apparently, considerably more unusual than that. If the seal is broken, he said, what changes? Ragnarok looked at him for a long moment. The full magical inheritance of 22 ancient houses will begin integrating into your existing magical core. This process will take time, it is not instantaneous. But it will be. He seemed to be searching for something accurate rather than impressive. Substantial. There will also be language acquisition, Parseltongue you already have. The Emery's line carries old magic speech. The Pendragon line carries what goblins call Ironvox, the ability to speak commands that carry binding magical force independent of a wand. He tilted his head slightly. You should probably find a safe place to practice. Things will break. Can the seal be broken today? It can be broken right now, if you choose. You are the primary heir. The seal was placed without your consent when you were a minor. Under Goblin law, which predates and supersedes ministry law in all matters of inheritance, it is legally void. The only reason it still stands is that no one told you it existed. Then break it, Harry said. Sirius grabbed his arm. Not hard, but firmly. Harry, don't. Harry's voice was quiet and final. He turned and looked at Sirius fully for the first time since they'd sat down, and whatever Sirius saw in his expression made him go still. Don't tell me to slow down. Don't tell me to think about it. I have been living in a cupboard under the stairs and going back to it every summer and being told I need to be protected, and all of this, he gestured at the bowl, the scrolls, the room full of watchful goblins, all of this was sitting here the whole time. His voice didn't rise. That was the most frightening thing about it. I'm not doing the thing where I sit on my hands because it might upset someone. Not anymore. Sirius held his gaze for a moment. Then he let go of Harry's arm and sat back in his chair. Okay, he said quietly. Harry turned back to Ragnarok. Break the seal. What followed was not dramatic in the way Harry had half expected. There were no explosions, no fountains of light, no theatrical display. Ragnarok produced a second needle, longer than the first, with a handle carved from black stone, and used it to draw a single, precise line through the blood text on the bowl, through the section that apparently corresponded to the Pendragon seal. Then he spoke a word in gobbledygook that Harry didn't understand but felt deep in the base of his skull, behind his eyes, a vibration like a very large bell being struck far away. The blood text rearranged itself. The line Ragnarok had drawn through it turned gold. And then Harry felt it. It wasn't pain, exactly. It was more like the feeling of a limb that had been asleep for a long time suddenly beginning to wake up, that deep, cellular tingling that wasn't quite pain but was definitely something, moving through his chest and out along his arms and down his spine, all the way to his fingertips. His hands flattened harder against the table. The wood creaked. Breathe, Ragnarok said, in a tone that was professional and somewhat amused. Harry breathed. The feeling settled over the course of about 30 seconds into something that felt like, he'd think about the right word for days afterward, like baseline. Like he'd always had a low-grade headache and suddenly didn't. Like he'd been hearing everything slightly muffled and the ears had just cleared. The room looked the same but he was somehow seeing more of it. The grain of the wood table. The fine scratches on Ragnarok's chain of office. The micro-expressions on the 5 secondary goblins' faces. He picked up his wand, he hadn't thought about it, just reached into his pocket, and without pointing it at anything in particular, turned it once in his fingers. Every quill in the room rose 3 inches off the table. Harry blinked. Set the wand down. The quills settled. Yes, Ragnarok said dryly. As I said. Things will break. The other seals, Harry said. The other 16. They can be broken progressively over the next several days, as your core adjusts to each integration. Breaking them all at once would be inadvisable, not because it is impossible, but because you would likely level this building, and we have a rather nice ceiling that I would prefer to keep. Harry almost smiled. Fair. What do I need to do to start claiming the houses formally? Ragnarok reached under the table and produced a third scroll, this one tied with a green ribbon. He slid it across. This is a formal notification of claim. You will sign it, it will be witnessed by myself and my associates, and copies will be sent simultaneously to the Wisengamot, the Ministry of Magic's Department of Magical Records, and our own archives. Once signed, the claims are legally irrefutable. The Ministry may attempt to contest them. He paused. They will fail. Goblin law is older than the Ministry and this particular clause has never been successfully overridden. They'll know immediately, Sirius said. He wasn't arguing. He was noting it. They'll know immediately, Harry agreed. He picked up a quill. Good. He signed his name. Harry James Potter followed, because the scroll seemed to expect it, the space for it was right there, by the formal designation that Ragnarok had shown him, heir to the ancient houses, pending full claim. It looked very strange in his own handwriting. Ragnarok took the scroll back, examined the signature, and gave a small nod to the goblin at his right, who immediately stood and left the room carrying the scroll. Copies will be dispatched within the hour, Ragnarok said. You should expect owls before the end of the day. A pause. Many owls. I should probably warn my owl, Harry said. I should probably warn the Ministry, Sirius muttered. Ragnar folded his hands one final time and looked at Harry with that amber gaze, and Harry had the strong sense that whatever Ragnar was about to say had been building since before Harry had walked through the door, had perhaps been building since Ragnar had first looked at the audit ledgers and seen 22 sealed houses and a 14-year-old boy living in Muggle Surrey. "Mr. Potter," Ragnar said. "Gringotts has observed, for several centuries, the manner in which the wizarding world treats its own inheritance laws. Conveniently, when it benefits the powerful. Inconveniently, when it does not." He stood, and standing, he was still considerably shorter than Harry, but the quality of his authority in the room had not diminished one atom. "We have carried the documentation of what was done to your estate for 14 years, under legal compulsion, unable to act until the 15-year threshold was met. Today that threshold is met." He held out his hand, an unusual gesture from a goblin toward a wizard. Harry knew enough to know that. "Gringotts will represent your interests in all legal proceedings relating to this matter. Our fee will be standard. Our motivation is not purely financial." Harry shook his hand. Ragnar's grip was firm and dry. "Thank you," Harry said. "Don't thank me," Ragnar said. "Act." He released Harry's hand and stepped back. "I would also recommend," he added, in a tone that had shifted slightly towards something almost conversational, "that you eat something substantial before you leave the building. The seal breaking will increase your metabolic demand significantly for the next several days. We have a small dining room on the 3rd floor that clients may use. The food is adequate. More importantly, it is private, and it will give you 20 minutes to collect yourself before you walk back out into Diagon Alley and become the most politically significant 15-year-old in British magical history." Harry looked at Sirius. Sirius looked back at him with an expression that was held very carefully in place, and behind it was a storm Harry intended to get into, but not here, not yet. "3rd floor," Harry said. "3rd floor," Ragnar confirmed. He picked up his copy of the blood test results and tucked it under his arm. "One more thing, Mr. Potter." He paused in the doorway. "The owl I sent to you, the large tawny one. Still waiting in the kitchen at Privet Drive, I assume. Waiting for your reply. You may tell it you have attended. Or," and here's something moved in Ragnar's expression that Harry thought, later, had been the closest the goblin came to a smile, "you may tell it you attended and that you are not going back." Harry was quiet for a moment. "I'm not going back," he said. Ragnar inclined his head. "I thought not. We can arrange temporary accommodations. There is a suite of rooms at the Leaky Cauldron that Gringotts maintains for certain clients. It will be ready for you this evening." He glanced at Sirius. "Your godfather's home would also be appropriate, I imagine, now that his name is clear." "It's more than appropriate," Sirius said, and his voice was rough around the edges in a way that had nothing to do with the room temperature. Ragnar left. The 5 secondary goblins gathered their notes and filed out after him, and then Harry and Sirius were alone in the paneled room with the blood bowl on the table between them, and the gold-touched seal break still catching the light, and 22 houses waiting in whatever space houses waited in before they were claimed. Harry sat with his hands flat on the table and breathed for a moment. He could feel the change in himself, not enormous yet, more like the first few bars of a piece of music that was going to be very loud, and he let himself feel it fully before he pushed it back to something manageable. "The 3rd floor," he said. "The 3rd floor," Sirius agreed. He stood, and for a moment his hand came down on Harry's shoulder, briefly, solidly, gone again before it could become either of the things it was threatening to become, which were either a hug or an apology, and neither of them were ready for either. "And then you're going to eat something, and then we are going to talk. Properly." "I know," Harry said. "There are things I should have, Sirius." Harry looked at him. "3rd floor first." Sirius shut his mouth, and nodded, and Harry picked up his bag and they went up the stairs together, and through the window at the landing Harry could see Diagon Alley below them, moving and bright and completely unaware that in a room 3 floors above it, the shape of the next several months, the next several years, had just been set into motion by 3 drops of blood on a stone bowl and a signature on a scroll. Somewhere in the Ministry of Magic, Harry assumed, someone's owl was about to have a very bad day. He was, for the first time in as long as he could remember, looking forward to what happened next. Chapter 2, The Ledger. The dining room on the 3rd floor of Gringotts was small and smelled of beeswax and something faintly metallic that Harry had come to associate with the whole building, like the air had been breathing gold for so long it had taken on some of its properties. The furniture was heavy and dark, clearly not designed with human proportions as the primary concern, but there were 2 chairs that worked well enough and a table that held a pot of tea, a plate of sandwiches, and a dish of something that looked like candied root vegetables and turned out to taste considerably better than it looked. Harry ate. He hadn't realized how hungry he was until the food was in front of him, and then he realized he was absolutely famished, which was probably the seal breaking, or possibly just the Dursleys, or most likely both. Sirius sat across from him and drank his tea and didn't say anything for several minutes, which was, for Sirius, an act of considerable self-discipline. He watched Harry eat with an expression he was trying to keep neutral and mostly failing at, and Harry let him fail at it because the alternative was getting into the conversation before he was ready and he needed another few minutes to finish processing what had happened in the room downstairs. 22 houses. He kept coming back to that number. Not the gold was enormous, but gold was, in some fundamental way, just a problem to be managed. The houses were something different. The houses were lineage, which was a word Harry had never had cause to think about much because he'd always understood himself to be the last of a small, somewhat obscure pureblood family and a muggle-born witch, and that was the whole story. Except it wasn't the whole story. It was barely the introduction. He set down his sandwich. "Tell me what you knew." Sirius wrapped both hands around his mug. "The Potters had old blood. I knew that from school, everyone in the old families knew it, it was one of those things that got mentioned in that particular tone, you know the one." He looked at Harry. "But the Potters didn't make a production of it. Your grandparents were quiet people. Your grandfather was more interested in Quidditch and herbology than in sitting on the Wizengamot, and your grandmother, Euphemia, she was the one with the old blood consciousness, she knew what the family was, but she'd married into a time when flaunting your ancient lineage was associated with the Malfoys and the Blacks, and she wanted no part of that. And Dumbledore was their financial guardian. He was their magical estate executor," Sirius said, with the careful precision of someone choosing words that were accurate rather than comfortable. "Your grandfather trusted him completely. Most people did. And when your grandfather died, Henry Potter, 1965, dragonpox, Euphemia was grieving and James was 12 and Dumbledore stepped in and handled everything, and I don't think Euphemia ever fully examined what handling everything meant. And then she died. 1979, both of them within a year of each other." Sirius's jaw tightened. "James was 19. He had me and he had Lily and he had the war, and he trusted Dumbledore the way his parents had trusted Dumbledore. He didn't ask about the estate because, Harry, you have to understand, your father was not a man who cared much about money or titles. He would have given all of it away if someone had asked him to. It wasn't indifference, it was just that it wasn't what mattered to him. But it should have been his choice," Harry said. "Yes," Sirius said quietly. "It should have been. And after he died." Sirius was quiet for a moment. "After he died, Dumbledore came to me. I was in Azkaban within 48 hours of Halloween, so the timing was, but before that, in those hours between finding out about James and Lily and getting arrested, Dumbledore came to me. He set his mug down. He told me there were family holdings. That they were complicated. That he was going to protect them until," he stopped. "Until I was old enough to be told about them," Harry said. "That's what he said. And you believed him." "I was 21 years old and my best friends had just been murdered and I was about to be thrown in Azkaban for 12 years, Sirius said, and his voice was very even in the way voices go, very even when the person using them has been over the thing they're describing so many times that the rawness has been worn smooth. I didn't have the luxury of not believing him. There wasn't anyone else. Harry looked at him for a long moment. He believed Sirius. He believed every word of it, which was precisely why this conversation was going to be so much harder than the one with Ragnarok, which had been about facts and signatures and legal frameworks. This conversation was about everything underneath the facts. Did you ask him, after you got out? After Pettigrew? I asked him about the vaults, yes. Sirius turned his mug in his hands. He told me the timing wasn't right. That you were 14 and in the middle of the tournament and that dropping this on you then would be, managing me. Yes. He used gentler language but yes, that's what it was. Sirius met Harry's eyes fully. I should have pushed harder. I know that. I knew something was off in how he talked about it, too careful, too rehearsed, and I chose to trust him because choosing not to trust Dumbledore felt like pulling out a load-bearing wall. He paused. That was a mistake. It was, Harry agreed. There was no heat in it. But it was his mistake to set up, and he's been setting it up for a long time. He reached into his bag and pulled out the packet of documentation Ragnarok had pressed into his hands on the way out of the meeting room, a copy of the blood test results, the audit summary, and a dense secondary document titled Record of Estate Actions, Potter Family Accounts, 1965 to 1982, which the Goblin bookkeeper had apparently been compiling since 1982 and had been waiting, with what Harry imagined was considerable professional frustration, for exactly this day. He opened it on the table and started reading. It took 2 hours. Sirius got more tea from somewhere and Harry read, and the story that assembled itself across 47 pages of Goblin accounting was not a dramatic one. That was almost the worst part of it. There was no single villainous act, no moment where Dumbledore had twirled a metaphorical cloak and laughed. There was just a long, unbroken series of quiet decisions, each one perfectly defensible on its own, that together constituted something Harry didn't have a word for yet. Theft was the legal word. He kept circling back to a different word, management. Dumbledore had managed him. Had been managing the Potter family, and then Harry specifically, with the focused patience of someone executing a very long plan. And Harry was increasingly certain, reading through the meticulous Goblin record of every vault dormancy order, every sealed bloodline, every Wisengamot proxy assignment quietly tucked into a Dumbledore-controlled holding account, that the plan wasn't malicious in its origins. It had started as protection. It had calcified, over the years, into control. The Pendragon seal was the clearest example. It had gone in 3 weeks after Halloween 1981. The signature date was November 22. Harry had been 14 months old and living at Privet Drive for less than a month. The seal's stated purpose, in the document that accompanied it, and the fact that there was a document, that Dumbledore had filed the paperwork, that he'd been organized about it, was protection of Heir from magical attention during period of extreme public interest and political instability. That was the stated purpose. The practical effect was that Harry had grown up with approximately a quarter of his actual magical capacity available to him. Which meant every time magic had burst through anyway, the snake, Marge, the Patronus, he'd been doing it on a quarter tank. He'd been functionally handicapped since before he could walk, and the handicap had been installed by the man who told him, repeatedly, that he believed in Harry's ability. He set that page down and picked up the next one. The Wisengamot seats were, in some ways, even more revealing than the suppression seal. 7 primary seats, inherited through various houses, had been held in proxy by Dumbledore since 1981. Dumbledore currently sat on the Wisengamot as Chief Warlock. He'd been Chief Warlock since 1981. Harry pulled out the dates and laid them next to each other. Dumbledore's elevation to Chief Warlock had happened 4 months after Halloween 1981, at which point he had been holding proxy votes for 7 Potterline seats, plus his own seat from Hogwarts, plus his seat from the Order of Merlin. Ragnarok had said it carefully, more seats than any individual since the founding of the Ministry. That was exactly right. Dumbledore had not just sealed Harry's inheritance. He had, in a very real and legally documentable way, been using it. Every vote he'd cast in the Wisengamot for 14 years had been cast with at least 7 seats that were not his. Harry was aware, distantly, that this was the kind of information that could end political careers. Could end the particular political career of Albus Dumbledore specifically, comprehensively, and publicly. He filed that away. The properties were next. 12 distinct magical properties, ranging from a cottage in the Lake District to something described in the Goblin record as Potter Ancestral Estate, Godric's Hollow, primary structure, which stopped Harry for a moment. He'd been to Godric's Hollow in his mind many times. He'd never known there was more to it than the ruins of the house where his parents had died. There was. Apparently. There was an ancestral estate that predated the house his parents had lived in, set back further into the village, which had been locked and sealed and removed from all publicly accessible property records in November 1981. Harry stared at that entry for a long moment and then turned the page, because if he sat with that one too long he was going to lose the focus he was working very hard to maintain. The artifacts were, in the dry language of Goblin accounting, listed as various magical items of historical and practical significance. There were 43 of them. Several were described in terms that suggested they were genuinely powerful objects, a sword listed as Pendragon Blade, primary, bound to bloodline, a ring described as Potter Signet, first house, with ward-casting properties, a set of books annotated as Emery's Library, partial, volumes 1 to 17. All locked in sealed subvaults. All sitting there since 1981. The last section of the document was the one that Ragnarok had described as family magical contracts in abeyance. Harry hadn't known what that meant when Ragnarok mentioned it, and reading the Goblin explanation didn't fully clarify it, but the gist appeared to be that several of the ancient houses he'd inherited had existing magical agreements, binding ones, of the old type, the kind that existed in the magic itself rather than on paper, with other houses. Alliances. Mutual protection agreements. Obligations that, because Harry hadn't claimed his houses, were also in suspended animation, which meant the other houses party to those agreements had been effectively cut off from their own protections for 14 years. He found the list of houses that were party to those agreements and scanned through them. Most were names he didn't recognize. But 3 of them he did, House of Longbottom, House of Bones, and House of Abbott. Neville's family. Susan Bones's family. Hannah Abbott's family. All 3 of which, Harry knew, had suffered during Voldemort's first rise. Neville's parents in St. Mungo's. Susan's aunt killed. He set down the document and looked at the table surface for a moment. 3 existing magical alliance agreements, he said. With Longbottom, Bones, and Abbott. All in abeyance because no one claimed the Potter side. He looked at Sirius. If those agreements had been active, would it have made a difference? During the war. Sirius was quiet for too long again. Sirius. The magical alliance contracts of the old houses they weren't just political, Sirius said. They were active magical protections. Shared ward networks. Warning systems keyed to bloodline. If the Potter-Longbottom alliance had been active, he stopped. Frank and Alice were attacked in November 1981. A month after Halloween. Harry looked at him. Yes, Sirius said. It might have mattered. Harry put the document down very carefully on the table and stood up and walked to the window. It looked out over a narrow alley between Gringotts and the building next door, not Diagon Alley itself, just a grey stone corridor that nobody used. He stood there for a minute and breathed. He was not going to be angry right now. Anger was real and warranted and he'd let himself feel it properly later. Right now he needed to keep thinking, because the thinking was the thing that was going to be useful. He turned back to the table. Okay, he said. Here's what I want to do today. Sirius looked at him with something that was rapidly becoming recognition, not surprise, Harry thought. Sirius had known his father. He'd known James Potter, who had been a strategist behind the charm and the bravado, who'd been the one in the Marauders who could see 3 moves ahead and make it look effortless. Harry wondered if there was something in Sirius's expression right now that was grief and relief simultaneously. I want to go through the sealed vaults today. The ones Ragnarok said can be opened. I want to see what's actually in them with my own eyes, not in a document summary. Then I want to go to Grimmauld Place tonight and I want to write letters, to Neville, to Hermione, to Ron, and to Madam Bones. He paused. And I want to send a letter to Dumbledore. What kind of letter? The polite kind, Harry said. The kind that lets him know I've attended the audit and that I'm aware of the account history and that I'd like to meet at his earliest convenience. He met Sirius's eyes. I want him to know I know. I want to see what he does with that before I decide what I do with it. Sirius was quiet for a moment. You're not going to go in shouting. No. Shouting would let him manage the conversation. I want to put him on the back foot before he knows he's standing anywhere. Your father, Sirius said quietly, used to do exactly that. Made Snape absolutely insane. I'm not interested in making Snape insane, Harry said. I'm interested in making sure that when I sit down with Dumbledore, he is the one who's reactive, not me. He picked up his bag and the document. Now. Can we go downstairs and ask Ragnarok about the vaults? They were in the vaults for 3 hours. Ragnarok personally accompanied them, along with 2 assistant goblins who catalogued everything with the methodical thoroughness of people who enjoyed thoroughness for its own sake. The carts descended deep into the mountain of Gringotts, past levels Harry had never been to, down into sections where the air tasted different and the walls of the tunnels were shot through with veins of something that glowed faintly blue and which one of the assistant goblins, when Harry asked, identified as heartstone, a mineral that occurred naturally only where ancient magic had been concentrated for very long periods. The vaults themselves were not identical. Each one had its own character, its own temperature, its own particular quality of silence. The first one they opened, the primary Potter Ancestral Vault, separate from 687, registered as Vault 3 in the original Gringotts ledger, which told Harry something about how old it was huge. Bigger than any vault Harry had seen. The gold was there but he barely registered it because the room was also full of things, tall dark cabinets, chests, stacked books, rolled-up objects that turned out to be tapestries, racks of what appeared to be wand components, and, standing in a case at the center of the room like it had been placed there by someone who understood its significance, a sword. Not a decorative sword. A sword, with the particular quality of a thing that had been made to be used and had been used and knew the difference between a wall and a fight. The blade was dark iron, older looking than any metal Harry had seen, with a faint pattern worked into it that might have been runes or might have been something older than runes. The hilt was plain, wrapped leather, dark with age, crossguard unadorned. A stone was set into the pommel. It was not glowing, but it looked as though it was thinking about it. Pendragon blade, primary, bound to bloodline. That was what the document had said. Harry looked at it for a long time. Then he reached out and picked it up. It was heavy. He'd expected heavy. But the balance of it was extraordinary. It sat in his hand as though it had been calibrated specifically for him, which was, he supposed, not impossible given the bloodline binding. The moment his fingers closed around the hilt the pommel stone lit up with a brief, warm amber light that faded after 2 seconds to nothing. Acknowledged, said Ragnarok, behind him, in a tone of professional satisfaction. Harry set it back carefully. He'd come back for it. He needed to understand it before he started carrying it around Diagon Alley. Vault 3 also held the Potter signet ring, which was a heavy gold band with a dark red stone that burned faintly when Harry picked it up, not uncomfortably, just present, like holding something with a pulse. He slid it onto his right index finger and it resized itself immediately to fit. He found he didn't want to take it off. The second vault they visited was smaller, older smelling, full of books. The Emery's Library, partial, volumes 1 to 17. Harry opened one carefully. It was enormous, bound in something that wasn't quite leather, with pages that felt different from regular parchment, thicker and smoother, inscribed in a small, dense hand. The goblin assistant peered at it and said, with a certain reverence, Old Merlin script. Approximately 1200 years old. We would recommend specialist translation assistance. Can it be moved safely? With the proper containment. The Goblin produced a small carrying case from somewhere that appeared to expand when needed. We will transfer the volumes to your active vault. You can access them at your convenience. The third vault was the one that had been registered as belonging specifically to the House of Pendragon, separate from the Potter Vault, ancient in a way that made Vault 3 feel recent. It was cold and the walls were black stone and the only thing in it was a chest, roughly 3 feet by 2 feet, made of something that was definitely not wood or metal, some third material that absorbed light rather than reflecting it, with a lock that had no keyhole. Harry crouched in front of it. His blood ring, the Potter signet, gave off that faint warmth again. Bloodline sealed, Ragnarok confirmed. Only the Pendragon heir can open it. Harry pressed his right hand against the lock. For a moment nothing. Then the lock clicked open with the sound of a very old mechanism that hadn't moved in a long time and still remembered how. He lifted the lid. Inside was a folded piece of parchment, on top of whatever else was in there. He picked it up and unfolded it. The handwriting was not archaic. It was, in fact, quite modern, a neat, deliberate cursive that he recognized before he'd read a full sentence. It was his mother's. Harry, if you're reading this, then someone found the vault before Dumbledore could. I hope it was the Goblins. Ragnarok helped me set this up. We met twice, in secret, in the autumn before you were born. He was very kind, for someone who terrified me. I can't tell you everything here. There isn't room and there isn't time and I don't know how old you'll be when you read this. But here is what I need you to know, your father never knew the full extent of what he was heir to. I did, or most of it, because I found the sealed documents in his family study the year after we married, and I spent 18 months quietly researching before I understood what they meant. I tried to tell Dumbledore what I'd found. He was very kind about it and very careful and I came away from that conversation feeling reassured, but afterward, when I thought about it, I realized he hadn't actually agreed to do anything. I'm a muggle born with an O in charms who married into one of the oldest bloodlines in Britain, and I understand institutional patterns. I know what it looks like when someone in authority acknowledges your concern and then makes sure nothing changes. So I came to Gringotts. And Ragnarok told me the rest. Harry, you are not just a Potter. You are the bloodline that half the magical world's legal structures were built around. That's why it was sealed. Not because you needed protecting from it. Because it's powerful enough that someone else wanted to control it. I want you to be angry about it for as long as you need to be. And then I want you to use it. I love you more than all of it. Harry read it twice. He folded it back up along its original lines and held it in his hand for a moment. Harry, Sirius said, softly, from somewhere behind him. I'm fine, Harry said. His voice was steady. Give me a second. He took the second. Then he put the letter carefully inside his jacket, against his chest, and looked into the rest of the chest. There were objects, a small wand holster of unusual construction, another ring, a pendant, a sealed file containing something that glowed faintly silver, and a folded document that turned out to be a hand-drawn magical map of the ancestral Potter estate at Godric's Hollow, marked with ward anchor points in Lily Potter's precise handwriting. He took all of it. By the time they emerged from the vaults, the afternoon light through Gringotts' high windows was going golden. Ragnarok met them at the top of the last cart ride with a leather satchel that contained clean copies of every document from the audit, organized in a way that suggested someone had been organizing it for a long time in anticipation of today. The formal claim notification has been delivered to the Wisengamot registry, Ragnarok said. We received an acknowledgement 18 minutes ago. The Ministry's Department of Magical Records sent a query 12 minutes after that, which we declined to answer under client privilege. Something very small and very satisfied moved in his expression. You will likely find Cornelius Fudge somewhat agitated in the near future. I'll survive, Harry said. We have also, per standard procedure, notified the second parties to the Dormant Alliance contracts. House of Longbottom, House of Bones, House of Abbott. They will receive formal notification that the contracts have been reactivated and that the primary heir of the Potter holdings has come of age and made formal claim. He paused. Augusta Longbottom has already replied. Already? She is a very efficient woman. Ragnarok produced a small sealed note. She asked that this be passed along. Harry broke the seal. Inside, on plain cream notepaper, in a handwriting like a headmistress's, Mr. Potter. It is about time. Neville will be in contact. A. Longbottom. Harry almost smiled again. He was getting closer to actually smiling. One more thing, Ragnarok said. Regarding the remaining sealed houses, the 16 whose seals we have not yet broken. The integration process for the Pendragon seal will stabilize over the next 48 to 72 hours. After that, I recommend returning to address the next sequence. We should also discuss the Wisengamot seats in practical terms. You will want legal representation for the formal claim process, and Gringotts has solicitors on retainer who specialize in ancestral house law. I'll come back in 3 days, Harry said. We will be ready. Ragnarok held out his hand again. Harry shook it. Mr. Potter. You were not what I expected. What did you expect? Someone younger, Ragnarok said simply. He released Harry's hand and turned back toward the main hall, and the crowd of Gringotts business swallowed him up. Harry and Sirius stepped out into Diagon Alley and the evening air hit Harry like something physical, warm, crowded, smelling of food from the pub down the way and the particular dusty warmth of a magical shopping district at the end of a long day. People moved around them without looking, mostly, which was a relief. Grimmauld Place. Sirius said. Grimmauld Place, Harry confirmed. And food. Real food, not sandwiches. I'm still starving. The seal breaking. Apparently. They walked. The alley thinned out as they moved toward the leaky cauldron, and Harry was aware of the ring on his finger and his mother's letter inside his jacket and the satchel of documents over his shoulder and the very new, very strange sensation of carrying himself as slightly more than he'd been this morning. Not bigger. Not louder. Just, more settled. Like a building that's had its foundations done properly for the first time. I'm going to write to Ron and Hermione tonight, Harry said. I need them here. And Neville, that alliance contract changes things for Neville too. He should know. Agreed, Sirius said. I'll write to Remus. He should hear this before it becomes public. And Dumbledore. Sirius was quiet for a step. And Dumbledore. They crossed through the leaky cauldron, which was crowded and loud enough that no one paid them particular attention, and out into Muggle London, and from there to the sequence of apparition points that got them to Grimmauld Place, and the whole time Harry was thinking about the letter in his jacket and the sword in the vault and his mother, who had been 21 years old and 6 months pregnant and frightened enough to meet secretly with a Goblin bank director, and smart enough to leave him a map. Grimmauld Place opened for Sirius like an old grudge recognizing someone who'd earned the right to be there. The wards recognized Harry too. He felt them shift as he stepped through the door, recalibrating, adjusting to something in him that hadn't been there before today, and the house made a sound that was not quite a sound, more like a settling, as if it had been waiting. She warded it for you, Sirius said, watching Harry's face. Who? Your mother. When she and James used the house during the war. She put a secondary recognition ward on it keyed to your bloodline. He closed the front door. It always recognized you, even before. But now it recognizes more of you. Harry stood in the hallway of number 12, Grimmauld Place, and looked up at the dark staircase and the tarnished chandeliers and the general atmosphere of a house that had held a great deal of complicated history and was prepared to hold more. Sirius, he said. Yeah. We're going to be okay. Sirius leaned against the wall and looked at him, and for a moment all of it was in his face, the 12 years, and the grief, and the guilt that Harry understood more now than he had this morning, and underneath all of it something that was trying very hard to be what it was actually becoming, which was hope. Yeah, Sirius said. I think we might actually be. Harry set his bag down on the hall table. He pulled out parchment and quills and set them at the kitchen table, and he sat down and uncapped the ink, and he began to write. The first letter was to Ron. The second was to Hermione. The third was to Neville. The fourth was to Amelia Bones. The fifth, which took the longest to write, not because it was the hardest, but because he needed it to be absolutely precise, was to Albus Dumbledore. He kept that one short. Dear Professor Dumbledore, I attended my inheritance audit at Gringotts today. I am in possession of the full documentation, including the record of estate actions from 1965 to 1982. I think we should meet. I'm available at your earliest convenience. Harry Potter. He sealed it. He handed it to Hedwig, who had arrived at Grimmauld Place sometime in the last hour with the uncanny navigational instinct she always had, and who received the letter with the gravity appropriate to the occasion. Hogwarts, he told her. Fast, but careful. She nipped his finger once, gently, and was gone. Harry leaned back in his chair and looked at the ceiling. Tomorrow, he thought, was going to be very interesting. Chapter 3, The Reckoning. Dumbledore's reply arrived the next morning before Harry had finished his first cup of tea. That was the first interesting thing about it. Harry had half expected to wait, had expected Dumbledore to take a day or two, to compose himself, to prepare his ground before responding. Instead, the reply came on a school owl that arrived while Sirius was still making breakfast and Harry was sitting at the kitchen table with his mother's letter open in front of him, reading it for what was probably the 7th time. The note was brief. Harry, tomorrow morning, 10 o'clock, Hogwarts. My office. I will ensure we are not disturbed. Albus, not Professor Dumbledore. Not a title. Just Albus, which was either a gesture of warmth or a very carefully chosen signal, and Harry spent about 30 seconds deciding which before concluding it was probably both, which told him more about how Dumbledore operated than most things he'd observed over 4 years of schooling. He passed the note to Sirius, who read it and set it on the table. He's not rattled, Sirius said. Not visibly, Harry said. Which is different. Sirius put a plate of eggs in front of him. You're not going alone. No. I want you there. And I want Ragnarok. Sirius raised an eyebrow. You want to bring a Goblin bank director to a meeting with Dumbledore. I want to bring the person who has the legal documentation and the institutional authority that exists outside Dumbledore's reach, Harry said. Yes. Ragnarok comes, or we don't have a meeting, we have a conversation, and conversations with Dumbledore tend to end with you leaving the room feeling vaguely managed. Sirius was quiet for a moment. Then, I'll send a note to Gringotts. Ragnarok agreed to attend in a reply that arrived within the hour and which communicated, without saying so explicitly, that he had been hoping to be asked. The rest of that day Harry spent in a deliberate way. He went back through the satchel of documents and organized them into a specific sequence, not chronological, but argumentative. The order that made the case most clearly and most undeniably, building from the early estate management arrangements through to the Pendragon seal and ending with the Wisengamot proxy votes, which were, in Harry's assessment, the hardest of the facts to explain away, because they weren't about protection at all. Using a 14-year-old child's inherited voting seats wasn't guardianship. It was something else. He also spent 2 hours in the back garden of Grimmauld Place with his wand, feeling out the difference in himself. It was not subtle. The first time he cast a simple lumos, the light that came off the wand tip was not the usual small, steady glow he'd been producing since he was 11. It was bright, considerably brighter, the kind of light that would be useful in a genuinely dark space rather than just reading a book under his covers. He toned it back, experimentally, and found he could calibrate it in a way he never had before. Fine control was usually the thing young wizards struggled with, it was why spells went sideways, why Neville kept melting cauldrons. Harry had always had the power but the control had been inconsistent, unreliable, occasionally spectacular and occasionally useless. Now it wasn't. Whatever the Pendragon seal had been suppressing, it had been suppressing a kind of resolution in his magic, the same way a blurry image becomes clear when the lens is properly focused. He tried a transfiguration, a complex one, the kind McGonagall had been pushing them toward at the end of 4th year. It worked on the first try. He tried a ward casting, the basic perimeter warning ward from Moody's defense syllabus, and the ward went up clean and strong, anchoring to the garden walls with a precision that would have taken him a dozen attempts a week ago. He sat on the back steps after that and breathed for a while. He thought about 4 years of school where his magic had been inconsistent. The moments where it should have been reliable and wasn't. The moments where it had burst through impossibly and he'd put it down to desperation. He thought about the tasks of the Triwizard Tournament, things that had nearly killed him, and what the difference might have been with a full magical core rather than a quarter of one. He didn't let himself get too far down that road. The past was the past, and getting angry at a past that couldn't be changed was a waste of something he needed for the future. But he filed it. Ron's reply came that evening, and it was so perfectly Ron that Harry found himself actually laughing for the first time in what felt like days. Harry, 22 houses. Mate, I don't even, Mom, just read the letter over my shoulder. And then she sat down in the chair very suddenly and she's been staring at the wall for about 10 minutes. Dad is asking if it's true about the Pendragon line because apparently he has a book about that. Hermione is going to completely lose her mind, I'm telling you now. I'm coming. Whenever you want. Tell Sirius I'm bringing food because Grimmauld Place always smells like old curtains and I am not eating whatever creature thinks is a meal. Ron P.S. Can you actually knight people with the Pendragon's sword, or is that a muggle thing? Harry wrote back, get here tomorrow afternoon. And I don't know about the knighting, but if I figure it out you're first on the list. Hermione's reply arrived an hour later, 6 pages long, dense with questions that were organized into numbered subsections. The first subsection was headed Legal Framework Questions and the last was headed Personal Implications, Non-Legal, which Harry thought probably said everything about Hermione that needed to be said. He read all 6 pages carefully. She would also arrive tomorrow, her letter said. She had thoughts about the Wisengamot procedure. She had several thoughts, in fact, and had begun research. I want to be clear, she had written in the 6th page, in a slightly different pen pressure that suggested she'd stopped and started again, that I am not excusing what was done. I'm struggling with it, if I'm honest. Professor Dumbledore has always seemed, but the documentation is the documentation and I trust Gringotts' record-keeping over anyone's comfortable assumptions. Including my own. Especially my own. That was Hermione working through something in real time, and Harry respected it enormously. Neville's letter was shorter than Ron's and longer than Harry's note to Dumbledore, and it said, in precise and controlled language that barely contained what was underneath it, Harry. The Alliance contract. Does this mean what I think it means? Gran has been in her study since this afternoon. She came out once to call the ministry a festering old boys' club and went back in. I've never heard her say festering before. I'll be there tomorrow. There's things I need to tell you too. About my family. About things I found in Gran's papers after, well. We'll talk. Neville, that last part sat with Harry. Things I found in Gran's papers. He thought about what Ragnarok had said, that the dormant Alliance contracts had potentially affected the Longbottom's protections in November 1981. He thought about Frank and Alice Longbottom in St. Mungo's, which was where they'd been for 14 years. He thought about Neville growing up with that, the way Harry had grown up with his own particular damage. He went to bed at midnight and slept better than he had in months. Hogwarts in summer was a different creature than Hogwarts in term. The train was not running, the great doors were technically closed, and the grounds had a quality of suspended breath, like a theater between shows. The sky above the castle was a deep early morning blue when Harry, Sirius, and Ragnarok arrived at the gates at 5 minutes to 10, and the dew was still on the grass along the path up to the main entrance. Ragnarok had arrived at Grimmauld Place at 9, dressed in formal Gringotts robes, the deep burgundy with the chain of office, and carrying a slim leather briefcase that clinked faintly when it moved. He had reviewed the document sequence Harry had prepared the previous day, made 2 small adjustments to the ordering, and said nothing else about the meeting except, "Let me speak last, after you have said everything you intend to say. My contribution will be most effective as a close." Harry had agreed to that. The gates opened at their approach. The wards recognized Sirius, Harry assumed, or possibly recognized something in Harry himself, the way Grimmauld Place had done. They walked up through the grounds in silence. The castle rose ahead of them, ancient and enormous, and Harry had the peculiar experience of looking at it and feeling, not awe, not the nervousness of a student approaching school, but something closer to ownership. Not in the sense of possession. In the sense of belonging. Hogwarts had been built on the bones of 4 ancient houses. He was heir to 3 of them. That was a thought to sit with later. The gargoyle to the headmaster's office was waiting for them, already open. Dumbledore had left instructions, clearly. Harry led the way up the spiral staircase and knocked once before pushing the door open. The office was the same as always, the same circular room, the same portraits of former headmasters, several of whom were watching from their frames with an alertness that suggested they'd been briefed, Fawkes on his perch near the window, the various silver instruments on their tables, the gentle ambient glow of accumulated magical history. Dumbledore was sitting behind his desk. He looked the same too. Half-moon glasses, silver beard, robes of deep blue, hands folded on the desk. The eyes above the glasses were very blue and very sharp, and he was looking at Harry with an expression that was, as far as Harry could read it, genuine. Not afraid. Not defensive. Sad, maybe. Harry had expected to feel something enormous when he walked into this room today. Rage or grief or something that justified the magnitude of what had been done. What he actually felt was precise and cool, which was probably better. "Harry," Dumbledore said. His gaze moved briefly to Sirius, which was a complicated thing to watch, and then to Ragnarok, which was not complicated. It was the look of a man who had understood the moment he saw the goblin what kind of meeting this was. "Sirius. Director Ragnarok." He gestured to the chairs arranged before the desk. "Please sit." "Thank you for meeting us promptly," Harry said. He sat down and put the satchel on his lap. Ragnarok took the chair at Harry's right. Sirius stood. Dumbledore looked at Sirius. "You might be more comfortable." "I'm fine," Sirius said. A pause. "Very well." Dumbledore returned his attention to Harry. "You attended the audit." "I did." "And you've reviewed the documentation?" "Thoroughly." Harry opened the satchel. "I want to walk through it with you in order. Not because I expect you to dispute the facts, I don't think you will, but because I want you to understand that I understand all of it, and I want us to both be working from the same version of events." Dumbledore was quiet for a moment. "That's a very measured approach." "I've had 24 hours to stop being unmeasured," Harry said. "Shall we start?" Another pause. Then Dumbledore inclined his head. Harry began. He went through it in the sequence he'd prepared: the early estate management, the gradual accumulation of proxy authority, the vault dormancy orders, and he was careful and clear, and he did not editorialize. He stated what the documents showed. He presented the dates. He noted the signatures. He kept his voice even throughout, and he watched Dumbledore's face, and Dumbledore listened without interrupting, which Harry had not entirely expected. The portraits watched. Fawkes watched. Sirius stood very still by the window. When Harry reached the Pendragon seal, Dumbledore made a sound, small, controlled, but there. "This one," Harry said, laying the relevant document on the desk, "was placed on the 22nd of November, 1981. Its stated purpose was my protection from magical attention." He looked at Dumbledore. "Its practical effect was to reduce my active magical capacity to approximately 25% of my actual capability. For 14 years. Dumbledore looked at the document for a long moment. When he looked up, his expression had not collapsed or defended itself. It was holding itself open in a way that was either courage or calculation, and Harry was reserving judgment on which. Yes, Dumbledore said quietly. Yes, you placed it. Yes, I placed it. Why? Dumbledore took a breath. He set his hands flat on the desk in a gesture that mirrored, oddly, what Harry had done at the Gringotts meeting table, the gesture of someone grounding themselves before saying something difficult. The prophecy, he said, speaks of a power Voldemort does not know. When it was made, I interpreted that to mean, I still interpret it to mean, a power of a particular kind. Of love, of sacrifice, of the capacity to choose differently than Voldemort has chosen. He met Harry's eyes. I was terrified, Harry. That if you grew up knowing the full weight of your inheritance, knowing you were the heir to Pendragon, to Gryffindor, to Slytherin, to Emrys, that the power of it would do what power has done to every other child who has been given too much of it too young. That it would become the thing you relied on instead of the thing the prophecy actually points to. The room was very quiet. You chose what kind of person I would be, Harry said. Before I was 2 years old. I chose what kind of power you would have access to, Dumbledore said. I told myself it was different. Was it? A longer silence. No, Dumbledore said. It was not different. That honesty hit Harry harder than deflection would have. He sat with it for a moment. The Wisengamot seats, Harry said. He put the next document on the desk. 7 proxy seats, held in your name since November 1981. You have been voting them. Yes. For 14 years. Yes. In votes that shaped the laws and policies of the wizarding world. Including, I would imagine, several votes related to Azkaban, blood status legislation, and ministry oversight of Gringotts. Dumbledore was quiet. Professor, Harry said, and the word came out with a kind of deliberate precision that was not quite respect and not quite the opposite of it, something more like distance. I understand that every individual decision you made had a reason behind it. I'm not here because I think you're Voldemort. I'm here because what you did was wrong regardless of why you did it. Those are two different things and I want to be clear about which one this conversation is about. Dumbledore looked at him steadily. You are quite extraordinary, Harry. Don't do that, Harry said, without heat. Dumbledore blinked. Don't call me extraordinary in the middle of a conversation about what was done to me. It's a deflection and you're too smart for it and so am I. Harry held his gaze. I need you to tell me if there's anything else. Any other seal, any other management, anything I'm going to find out about later that we should address now. A moment. A very long moment, during which the portraits seemed to lean slightly forward in their frames and Fawkes made a low, melodic sound that Harry had never heard from him before. The Dursleys, Dumbledore said quietly. What about them? Your placement there was not purely about the Blood Ward. Lily's sacrifice created the protection, yes, but the choice of that specific household, Petunia's household, was also a choice about environment. About ensuring you did not grow up knowing what you were. He looked at his hands. A child who knew, from infancy, that he was heir to the most powerful bloodline in the magical world, who grew up worshipped and celebrated, I believed, genuinely, that this child would not be the one the prophecy described. I believed the prophecy required someone who could choose love over power. And I thought that required not knowing about the power. So the Dursleys were deliberate, Harry said. The isolation was deliberate. I didn't know, I want you to believe this, though I understand if you don't, I didn't know how they would treat you. I knew Petunia resented the magical world. I thought that would translate to indifference. His voice dropped slightly. I was wrong. Sirius made a sound that was not quite a word. It was short and sharp and he cut it off, but it sat in the room. Harry picked up the document he'd placed last in his sequence, the one about the Dormant Alliance contracts and the Longbottoms, and put it on the desk. Dumbledore looked at it and the color in his face did something. It didn't leave entirely but it shifted. The Longbottom Alliance, Harry said. Active magical protections, ward networks, warning systems. In abeyance from November 1981 because the Potter heir had not claimed the houses. Frank and Alice Longbottom were attacked in November 1981. He kept his voice level. Did you know about the alliance contracts when you sealed the houses? Yes, Dumbledore said. The word fell into the room. Did you know what going dormant would mean for the allied houses? A longer pause. I believed the threat was over, Dumbledore said. Voldemort had been defeated. The alliances felt like a precaution that was no longer necessary. He wasn't defeated. He was diminished. You knew there was a difference. You thought the war was won. You managed the endgame based on that assumption and the Longbottoms paid for it. Harry picked up the document and put it back in his satchel. I'm not going to sit here and tell you that you intended for that to happen. But I am going to tell you that it happened, and that the choices you made contributed to it, and that Frank and Alice Longbottom have been in a st. Mungo's for 14 years and Neville Longbottom has been growing up without his parents, and that is part of the accounting. Dumbledore was not crying. He was not performing grief. He was sitting very still with the expression of a man who had lived with something for a long time and was looking at it clearly for the first time in years. Harry, he said. What are you going to do? A lot of things, Harry said. But not what you're worried about. I'm not going to the Prophet. I'm not going to call for your removal from Hogwarts, not yet, not immediately. I don't think blowing up every institution simultaneously is useful when there's a war still to fight. He closed the satchel. What I'm going to do is claim my inheritance. All of it. I'm going to take my Wisengamot seats. I'm going to break the remaining seals. I'm going to conduct myself as the heir of those houses actually is, not as the weapon a very brilliant man decided to carefully manufacture. He looked at Dumbledore steadily. And I'm going to need you to stop managing me. Not reduce the managing. Stop it. Completely. Dumbledore was quiet for a long moment. And the order? I have no problem with the order. I have a problem with being kept ignorant of information that affects my life and my survival. Those are different things. Harry stood. I'd also like the proxy votes returned to my custody by end of week. Ragnarok has the paperwork. Ragnarok had not said a word the entire meeting. He had sat in his chair with his briefcase on his lap and his hands folded over it and watched with the focused patience of someone observing a precision instrument performing a complex function. Now he opened the briefcase and produced a neat document of several pages, which he placed on the desk in front of Dumbledore. The proxy transfer order, Ragnarok said. His voice was dry and exact and carried the particular weight of something that had been a long time coming. It requires your signature, Headmaster. It also requires a ministry countersignature, which we have pre-arranged through Madame Bones's office. He paused. The Ministry's Department of Magical Records was less cooperative initially. Madame Bones was more helpful. Dumbledore looked at the document. He looked at it for quite a long time. If I sign this, he said, I lose the Chief Warlock position. Your Chief Warlock position was obtained in part through votes that were not yours, Harry said. You can keep your Hogwarts seat and the Order of Merlin seat and vote them however you choose. But the Potter proxy votes come back to me. That shifts the balance of power in the Wisengamot considerably. Yes. Dumbledore looked up. Fudge will not, Fudge, Harry said calmly, is shortly going to have other things to worry about. A very long pause. Fawkes shifted on his perch. One of the portraits, Harry thought it was Phineas Nigellus, had gone completely still, watching with undisguised fascination. Dumbledore picked up his quill. He signed. Harry watched him do it and felt something that was not triumph. Triumph was too hot, and what he felt was cooler than that, more solid. He felt the weight of something falling into place, a mechanism engaging that had been built over 2 days and 14 years simultaneously. Ragnarok took the signed document, checked it with a brief professional scrutiny, and returned it to the briefcase. We will file it today, he said. Harry picked up his satchel. Sirius pushed off from the window. Ragnar stood. "Harry," Dumbledore said. Harry stopped. "I believed I was protecting you. I want that on record, not as justification, but as," he seemed to be choosing carefully, "as context. I have operated, for a very long time, from the position that the ends I understood justified the means I chose. I understand now that this was a form of arrogance." He looked old, suddenly, in a way that had nothing to do with his age. "I am sorry. That is inadequate. I know it is inadequate. But it is genuine." The room waited. "I believe you," Harry said. He meant it. "I'm not sure what it changes. But I believe it." He walked to the door. Sirius followed. Ragnar followed Sirius. At the door Harry stopped one more time, his hand on the frame, and looked back at the office, the portraits, the instruments, the ancient accumulated weight of the place. Fawkes met his eye and sang a single note, brief and clear as struck glass. "The Hogwarts wards," Harry said. "The ones at the foundation level, keyed to the 4 founders. I'm going to need access to them at some point. Not today. But before term starts." Dumbledore looked at him with something very close to wonder. "You can feel them," he said quietly. "Started feeling them when I came through the gate," Harry said. "Is that going to be a problem?" "No," Dumbledore said, and the word carried something that sounded, despite everything, like relief. "No, Harry. That is not going to be a problem." Harry nodded once and left. The walk back down through the castle was quiet. Their footsteps on the stone stairs, the distant movement of summer air through high windows, a painting of a knight who gave Harry a very formal and clearly involuntary bow as they passed his frame on the 3rd-floor landing. They came out into the grounds and the morning sun had fully arrived, burning the dew off the grass and laying gold across the lake's surface. Harry stopped on the steps for a moment and put his face up to it. "You didn't go for blood," Sirius said, from beside him. It was not quite an observation and not quite a question. "Going for blood would have taken months," Harry said. "If I destroy him publicly right now, I spend the next year in a political fight instead of preparing for Voldemort. He's still useful if he's not my enemy." He paused. "And he's genuinely sorry. Which doesn't make him right, but it does make him more useful than an adversary." Sirius was quiet. "Your mother used to make exactly this kind of calculation," he said eventually. "She used to drive James absolutely mad with it because James would see the injustice and want to act immediately, and Lily would say, 'That's lovely, but what happens 3 moves from now?'" Harry smiled. "A real one this time." "Ragnar," he said, turning to the Goblin, "the proxy transfer, how quickly can we get the Wisengamot seats properly documented and active?" "The transfer is done as of today's filing," Ragnar said. "You can exercise them at the next Wisengamot session. Which is," he produced a small calendar from somewhere about his person, 12 days from now. "And between now and then, can we start the next sequence of seal breakings?" "Return to Gringotts in 2 days, Ragnar said. "We will address the next 4 houses." "Good." Harry looked up at the castle one more time. Then he started walking toward the gates. "Ron and Neville and Hermione arrive this afternoon. I want everyone together when we start talking about what comes next." "What does come next?" Sirius asked. Harry thought about 22 houses. About 4 million galleons in sealed vaults. About a Wisengamot that was about to receive a formal claim from a 15-year-old with more seats than any individual since the Ministry's founding. About Voldemort, who was rebuilding, who was watching, who had no idea that the instrument Dumbledore had crafted to defeat him had just turned out to be something considerably more than Dumbledore had known. "We consolidate," Harry said. "We build. We make sure that when Voldemort comes at full strength, he doesn't find the boy who was managed and isolated and kept small. He finds something else entirely." "And what's that?" Sirius said. Harry pushed open the Hogwarts gate and walked through into the bright summer morning. Someone who's been waiting, he said. Chapter 4, The Houses Rise. Ron arrived at Grimmauld Place at 2 in the afternoon carrying a covered dish that turned out to be shepherd's pie, still warm, wrapped in a tea towel with snitches on it that he'd clearly grabbed from his own kitchen without thinking about it. He set it on the table, looked at Harry for approximately 1 second, and then pulled him into a hug that was brief and fierce and said everything Ron would never say out loud in 1,000 years. Right, Ron said, stepping back, adjusting his collar like nothing had happened. 22 houses. Walk me through it. Harry walked him through it. Ron sat across the kitchen table and listened with the particular quality of attention he reserved for things that mattered, very still, very focused, occasionally making a sound that was not quite a word. When Harry got to the Pendragon seal, Ron's expression did something complicated, and when Harry got to the Wisengamot proxy votes, Ron put both elbows on the table and pressed his fingers to his mouth. He was voting your seats, Ron said. For 14 years. Harry, that's not protecting you. That's just, he stopped. Started again. That's just taking things. Yes. And he signed them back. This morning. Ron sat with that for a moment. Okay, he said finally. What do you need? That was Ron entire, Harry thought. Not how do you feel or this must be difficult, which were both true and both things Hermione would ask with considerably more words, but what do you need, which was the most useful question in any given situation and the one Ron always got to first. Your company, Harry said. Your brain. And the shepherd's pie. You've got all three. Hermione arrived 40 minutes later via Flo, carrying a bag that clinked with books, and she came out of the fireplace already talking, the particular fast, slightly breathless cadence she got when she'd been researching something and couldn't quite wait for a full greeting before beginning. I've been looking at the Goblin Accord of 1752, she said, and Harry, the legal framework here is extraordinary. The Goblin inheritance statutes actually predate the statute of secrecy by 200 years, and there are clauses in there that the Ministry has never successfully challenged because they've never needed to, because nobody's ever activated them at this scale. And she stopped. Looked at him. Set her bag down. Are you all right? Getting there, Harry said. She crossed the kitchen and hugged him properly, which she didn't do very often, and it was the kind of hug that communicated that she'd been worried and was relieved and was also a little bit furious on his behalf, all simultaneously. Then she stepped back and her eyes dropped to his right hand and the Potter's signet ring, and she said, "Oh," very quietly. Hermione, Harry said, "you're going to see a lot of things over the next few weeks that are going to make you want to defend the institutions." I know. I'm asking you not to. Not because the institutions are wrong in principle, but because in this specific situation they've been used as tools, and I need people around me who can see the tool and the hand holding it as separate things. Hermione looked at him steadily. I spent last night reading the full audit documentation you sent. All 47 pages. She paused. I won't be defending anyone. Good. Neville arrived last, by apparition to the front step. He'd only just passed his test, Harry knew, the summer test that some students took early, and when Harry opened the door Neville looked at him with an expression that was so far from the round-faced, slightly uncertain boy he'd been at 11 that Harry felt, momentarily, the full weight of how much time had passed. Neville was broad-shouldered now and stood straight, and the expression on his face was the one he got when he was thinking hard about something that mattered. Gran sends her regards, Neville said. And her legal team's availability, if you need it. She has a wizarding barrister who specializes in ancestral house law who she says is very good and very expensive and worth both. Tell her thank you, Harry said. I might take her up on it. They sat around the kitchen table, all four of them, with Sirius at the end and the shepherd's pie in the middle, and for an hour they just talked, not strategized, just talked, in the way that friends talk when they've been separated for too long and something significant has shifted. The talk wandered and circled and occasionally became four people all trying to say different things at once, which was its own kind of comfort, the sound of people who trusted each other enough to not stay organized. Then Neville set down his fork and said, "The Longbottom Alliance contract." The table quieted. "I need to tell you something," Neville said. "Something I found in Gran's papers, it was last winter." She didn't know I'd found it, or maybe she did and decided to wait until it was relevant. He looked at Harry. "There's a record in our family archive. A letter, actually, from your grandmother. Euphemia Potter. Written in October 1981, 3 weeks before Halloween." Harry went very still. "She wrote to my grandmother," Neville said. "She was worried. She said she'd noticed activity in the Alliance Ward Network, the shared ward network between the Potter and Longbottom houses, and that the activity suggested something was approaching. Something with enough magical weight to register on wards that old." He paused. "She wrote that she'd mentioned it to Dumbledore and he'd told her not to be concerned. That he had the situation monitored." The kitchen was quiet. 3 weeks later, Neville said, "Your parents were dead and Bellatrix had my parents in St. Mungo's." He looked at the table. "I'm not saying Dumbledore knew. I'm saying he had information that might have mattered and he called it managed." Harry breathed in slowly. "The record. Does your grandmother still have it?" "In the archive at Longbottom Manor." "Yes. I want a copy. Officially. Witnessed." Neville nodded. "That's why I brought it up." Hermione, who had been very quiet for the last 2 minutes, said, "Harry. If that letter exists and it's verified, combined with the dormant Alliance contract documentation, I know," Harry said. "That's not just a civil inheritance dispute. I know, Hermione." She stopped. She looked at him and clearly saw that he had already been 3 moves down this particular road, and she sat back. "The Wisengamot session is in 12 days, Harry said. I need to be ready to claim the first 7 houses formally before then. The ceremony requires a formal declaration before the full body. I'm going to need to be prepared for what that room is going to look like when I walk in." He looked around the table. "I need Hermione to understand the procedure well enough to brief me on every question they can legally ask. I need Ron to come with me as a personal witness, which is a formal role that carries standing in the chamber. And I need Neville to come because the Longbottom seat is adjacent to 3 of the seats I'm claiming and the optics of the Longbottom heir standing beside me are going to matter." "Done," said Hermione. "Obviously," said Ron. Neville said, "Harry. Whatever you need." The next 2 days were, in the simplest terms, a lot of work. Hermione essentially moved into the Grimmauld Place library and emerged periodically with pieces of parchment covered in procedural notes. She'd located 3 volumes on Wisengamot ancestral house procedures that appeared to have been last consulted in the 1800s and was treating them with the focused intensity she usually reserved for examination revision. At one point Harry walked past the library door and heard her arguing with herself about the correct pronunciation of a formal Latin declaration, testing 2 versions back and forth, and decided not to interrupt. Ron and Neville spent the better part of a day at the Hogwarts Quidditch pitch. Sirius had arranged access, working on what Ron explained to Harry as the fundamentals, which turned out to mean they were racing brooms at speeds that had no particular strategic value but were clearly exactly what both of them needed. Harry joined them for the 2nd hour and the 3 of them flew until the light went golden and low and their arms ached. Nobody talked about anything important while they were in the air. They didn't need to. Harry returned to Gringotts on the 2nd day. Ragnarok was ready for him with the next 4 seals laid out for breaking in a careful sequence, House of Gryffindor first, then Ravenclaw, then 2 of the lesser houses whose specific magical inheritances were, Ragnarok explained, largely administrative and ward-related rather than combat significant. The Gryffindor seal breaking was different from the Pendragon one. More heat. Less of that settling in sensation and more of an immediate surge, like a fire being fed more air, and Harry sat with his hands flat on the table for a full minute afterward while Ragnarok watched him with professional attention and the assistant goblins wrote things down rapidly. When the surge settled, what remained was a clarity and a warmth that sat in his chest like coals, and when he picked up his wand after to test it, the fire of the incendio he cast went 3 times higher than it should have, and he had to throw water at the small goblin fire bucket before it spread. Noted, Ragnarok said dryly. The Ravenclaw seal was entirely different, cool and sharp, and what followed it was a peculiar sensation of suddenly understanding things faster, of pattern recognition that had always been present quickening into something that felt almost physical, a sharpness behind the eyes like a lens clicking to a finer setting. Harry spent the afternoon reading through the Emery's library volumes and understanding more of them than he had any right to, given that they were a 1200-year-old text in archaic magical script. Sirius, he said that evening, setting one of the Emery's volumes down. Tell me about old magic. Sirius looked up from his armchair. What specifically? The kind that doesn't need wands. The kind that predates wand magic. Harry looked at him. The kind my mother used. Sirius was quiet for a moment. You're talking about sacrificial magic. I'm talking about the full category, of which that's the most famous example. The Emery's texts describe it differently. They call it animus magic, which is something like soul cast or intent cast, magic that operates through will and emotional truth rather than through wand mechanics. Harry looked at his own hand. I've been doing it my whole life and calling it accidental magic. Some of it was accidental magic, Sirius said carefully. Some of it was me operating on a suppressed core and blasting through anyway with old magic because my survival instinct bypassed the seal, Harry said. Which means now that the seal is partly broken, I need to actually understand what I'm doing instead of just hoping desperation continues to work. Sirius looked at him steadily. What do you want to know? What do you know? Lily taught me some of it, actually. Informally. She said it was tied to intent, not desire, not want, but genuine declared intent, which is different. You can want something and be afraid of it simultaneously. Declared intent is clean. He paused. She said the Potters had always been strong in it, historically. That your great-grandfather apparently once held off a full Death Eater assault on a building with no wand, just his hands and 2 words of old magic, and that the ward he raised that night was still standing 20 years later. Harry filed that. Can you teach me what she taught you? I can teach you what she taught me, Sirius said, which is a start. The Emery's texts will take you further. And Ragnarok, actually, Ragnarok mentioned something. About Iron Vox. The command voice. From the Pendragon line. He said it's not something you learn. It's something you activate. And the way you activate it, Sirius met his eyes. Is the same way you activate any old magic. Declare your intent clearly enough and mean it all the way down. Harry thought about that for the rest of the evening. The morning of the Wisengamot session arrived with the particular quality of mornings that know they are going to be significant. Clear sky, early light, the kind of stillness before something moves. Harry dressed carefully. Not in his usual school robes or muggle clothes, but in the formal robes that had been in the primary Potter vault. He'd found them in one of the tall cabinets, wrapped in preservation charms, and they fit as though they'd been made for him recently rather than laid aside decades ago. They were dark green, nearly black, with the Potter family crest embroidered at the cuff in gold thread so old it had gone matte, and they had the quality of things that had been worn in serious moments before. He put the Potter signet on his right hand. He looked at himself in the mirror briefly, not out of vanity but out of the particular need to see yourself clearly before walking into something large. You look like your grandfather, Sirius said from the doorway. His voice was steady and his eyes were not. Good, Harry said. The Ministry of Magic on a Wisengamot session day had a specific energy, busier than usual, louder, with the particular current of anticipation that ran through a building full of people who knew something was happening but weren't sure of the details. Harry walked through the atrium with Sirius on his left and Ron on his right and Hermione and Neville close behind, and he didn't pull his hood up. People noticed. That was unavoidable. He was Harry Potter and he was wearing the formal robes of an ancient house and walking through the ministry with the particular quality of someone who knew exactly where they were going and why. Heads turned. Conversations paused. A junior ministry official actually walked into a statue while watching him cross the atrium. The Wisengamot chamber was enormous, more enormous than Harry had expected. He'd seen it once before, at his own hearing, and that time he'd been too focused on not being expelled to properly register the scale of it. Tiered seating in a circle, rising steeply, with the presiding chair at the base. Currently occupied by Cornelius Fudge, who was in the ministry's Wisengamot oversight role while the chief warlock position was, apparently and very recently, administratively vacant. Fudge saw Harry come through the doors. He went the color of old cheese. The chamber was filling up. Harry could feel the awareness move through it like a wave as people registered who had just walked in and what he was wearing and what the ring on his hand was. Augusta Longbottom, seated in the Longbottom section in robes that communicated exactly how seriously she was taking today, caught Harry's eye across the chamber and gave him a single, formal nod that carried more respect than most people managed in a full conversation. Madame Amelia Bones was in the Bones section, a solid, square-jawed woman with a monocle and the expression of someone who had been in this building long enough to have stopped being surprised by it and was now specifically interested in whether today would be the exception. She'd received Harry's letter. She'd countersigned the proxy transfer. She gave him a look that communicated readiness. Harry took his place at the floor of the chamber, in the space designated for petitioners making formal declarations. He had no notes. He'd spent 3 days with Hermione going over the procedure until he could walk it in his sleep. Fudge, from the presiding chair, said, "This session will come to," he stopped. "Tried again." "Ahem." This session, he was looking at Harry with an expression that suggested he was hoping Harry would, even at this late stage, somehow not be here. "This session of the Wisengamot is now called to order." His voice had recovered its usual ponderous formality, but only barely. "We have before us a matter of formal house claim, submitted by Harry James Potter," Harry said, from the floor, calmly and clearly and in a voice that carried to every seat in the chamber without any apparent effort, which surprised him slightly. The Ravenclaw seal breaking, he thought. Or possibly Ironvox waking up at the edges. Heir to the ancient houses, requesting formal recognition of claim in accordance with the Goblin Accord of 1752 and the Wisengamot Charter of 1217. The Charter of 1217 caused a ripple through the upper seats. It was considerably older than most things cited in this chamber and most of the wizards in it had probably never heard it referenced in a live session. "Yes," Fudge said, with the energy of a man trying to sound in control of something he was not in control of. "Yes, the documentation has been received and I must say, there are a number of procedural questions that the ministry would, minister." Amelia Bones's voice cut across the chamber cleanly. "The procedure for formal house claim under the 1217 Charter is clear. The petitioner states his claim, the chamber witnesses, and the Goblin legal attestation is read into the record. There are no procedural questions that supersede the Charter." She looked at him calmly. "I suggest we proceed." Fudge's mouth opened and closed. He looked around the chamber for support and found various degrees of watchful neutrality, which was, in the current context, roughly equivalent to finding none. "Yes," he said, weakly. "Proceed." Harry turned to face the chamber fully. He'd thought about what he was going to say. He'd thought about being measured, and strategic, and careful. He'd thought about all the ways this moment could be played. And then the morning of, he'd put all of that aside and decided to simply tell the truth, clearly, because the truth was already extraordinary and needed no decoration. "Members of the Wisengamot," he said. 3 days ago I attended a mandatory inheritance audit at Gringotts. The blood test conducted in that audit revealed that I am the primary heir to 22 ancient magical houses, the majority of which were sealed without my knowledge or consent while I was an infant. I am here today to formally claim 7 of those houses, as the first stage of a full inheritance claim that will continue over the coming weeks. The documentation supporting these claims has been verified by Gringotts and filed with your office. He let that land for a moment. I am not asking for the Chamber's permission. I am notifying it of its legal obligation to recognize what is already true. The silence in the chamber was the kind that has weight. Ragnarok, seated in the Goblin Observer Gallery above and to Harry's left, a section that existed under the terms of a treaty most of the assembled wizards had clearly forgotten about, stood and read the attestation. His voice was precise and carrying, and he read the 7 houses with a formality that gave each name its full significance: Potter, Peveril, Gryffindor, Ravenclaw, Pendragon, Emrys. And the 7th, House of Ironwood, one of the lesser ancestral houses, which carried with it a regional magical territory in the Scottish Highlands that had been disputed between 2 ministry factions for 20 years and was, as of Ragnarok's formal reading of the claim, no longer in dispute. Several people in the upper seats reacted to that last one. Harry noted who. When Ragnarok finished, the chamber was very quiet. Fudge said, clearing his throat, "The ministry will, of course, want to review, Minister Fudge." Harry looked at him directly, and his voice had a quality he hadn't quite planned, steady and clear and with something underneath it, not threat exactly, but weight. The kind of weight that comes from knowing exactly what ground you're standing on. The Goblin Accord and the 1217 Charter do not require ministry review. They require witness and recognition. If the ministry attempts to delay or contest a legally documented inheritance claim, it will be doing so in direct violation of 2 treaties that predate this ministry by centuries, and Gringotts will pursue that violation with the full legal force of Goblin international law. He paused. "I would recommend against it." Fudge looked like he wanted to be somewhere else. Possibly several continents away. "Recognized," said Amelia Bones, into the silence. Her voice was clear and formal. "The chamber recognizes the formal claim of Harry James Potter to the 7 houses as attested. The record will reflect this." She looked around the chamber with a composure that communicated she would personally deal with anyone who wanted to argue. Nobody argued. In the upper tiers, slowly and then more quickly, there was movement, people standing. Not everyone. About a third of the chamber. Standing in the way that the old families stood for formal recognition, the gesture that had been part of wizarding protocol for centuries and which most of them had probably never used in an actual session. But it was genuine. Harry could see it in the faces of the ones doing it, the seriousness in it, the recognition of something old being properly observed. Augusta Longbottom stood. Amelia Bones stood. 3 or 4 others whose faces Harry didn't immediately recognize. And one person he did, Andromeda Tonks, née Black, Sirius's cousin, seated in the back row of the chamber with an expression that was quiet and fierce and proud all at once. Harry held himself still and let it land. Then he said, formally, "Thank you," and turned to walk back toward the doors, and didn't look at Fudge. The corridor outside the Wisengamot chamber had the acoustics of a space that was adjacent to a large room full of people all trying to have conversations quietly and failing, and Harry stood against the wall for a moment and exhaled slowly and evenly. Ron appeared beside him. "That was," he stopped. Shook his head. "You told Fudge what to do with himself and you didn't even swear." "I need to study how you did that." "Hermione prepared me well," Harry said. Hermione was on his other side and she was the one who actually looked like she was going to cry, which she absolutely wasn't going to allow herself to do, so she had her chin up and her eyes slightly bright and was staring very hard at the middle distance. "They stood," she said. A third of the chamber stood. "It's a start," Harry said. Neville came through the chamber doors a moment later. He'd stayed inside briefly, Harry had noticed, to speak to his grandmother, and he looked at Harry with the expression he'd had at the door of Grimmauld Place. Clear and settled. "Gran says well done," Neville said. "She also says the 3 families that stood, the ones in the far section, the ones you wouldn't know, they're heads of houses that have been associated with the neutral bloc since the First War. They don't usually stand for anything." "They stood today," Harry said. "They stood today," Neville confirmed. "That's going to mean something." Madame Bones came through the chamber doors and walked directly toward Harry with the purposefulness of someone who had calibrated the timing precisely. She looked at him with sharp eyes above the monocle. "Mr. Potter," she said. I have been in that chamber for 23 years. I have never heard the 1217 charter cited in a live session. She studied him. You should know that 3 members of the upper tier attempted to call a procedural delay vote immediately after you left and it failed to achieve quorum. The chamber was not inclined. Good, Harry said. I would like to speak with you about the Department of Magical Law Enforcement's position on several matters related to your claim, she said. Not today. But soon. Her voice was professional and there was something else underneath it, something that was probably anger on its own behalf, Harry thought, an anger that had been sitting in her for a long time about what she'd watched happen in this ministry and which now had, potentially, somewhere to go. The documentation you provided regarding the Dormant Alliance contracts and the Longbottom family history. We'll talk, Harry said. She nodded, once. I'll send an owl. She turned and walked back the way she'd come with the same purposefulness, and Harry watched her go and thought, there's one. Ragnarok appeared from the Goblin Gallery stairway, briefcase in hand, chain of office catching the corridor torchlight. He came to Harry and looked at him for a moment with those amber eyes. 7 houses claimed, he said. 15 to go, Harry said. Yes. Ragnarok was quiet for a moment. There is one development from today's session that you should be aware of. When the attestation was read and the Pendragon claim registered, there was a monitoring ward on the Wisengamot registration system. A very old one. Placed, as best we can determine, in the late 1970s. He paused. Someone was watching for the Pendragon line to be activated. The ward was triggered when I read the attestation aloud. The corridor felt slightly different suddenly. Voldemort, Harry said. We cannot be certain. What else would it be? Ragnarok looked at him steadily. Whoever placed it will know within hours, if they don't know already, that the Pendragon heir has come forward. He held Harry's gaze. This changes your timeline. Harry thought about the sword in the vault. The Emery's texts. The 16 remaining seals. The ward networks coming back online. All the things that were in progress and needed more time. How much time do we have? He asked. Enough, Ragnarok said. If you move quickly. I move quickly, Harry said. He pushed off from the wall and turned back toward his friends and his godfather, who were watching him with the steady, ready expressions of people who had understood, from the moment they agreed to be here, that today was not an end point. Behind him, somewhere in the ministry, the monitoring ward was sending out its message. Harry was already thinking about what would be waiting when it arrived. Chapter 5 Old Magic. The first attempt on Harry's life came on a Thursday. He'd been back at Grimmauld Place for 4 days since the Wisengamot session, and those 4 days had been dense and fast and full in a way that left very little room for the kind of fear that required stillness to properly take root. Hermione had set up a working area in the library that had expanded, book by book and scroll by scroll, into something that looked like a research operation. Ron had appointed himself household logistics, which meant food appeared regularly and at appropriate intervals and nobody had to think about it. Neville had gone back to Longbottom Manor to retrieve the letter from Euphemia Potter and return with the witnessed copy and his grandmother's barrister, Aline, sharp-eyed, which named Marchetti, who spent 2 hours with Harry and Sirius and then left with a briefcase full of additional documentation and an expression of professional satisfaction. Harry had spent the mornings in the back garden working through the Emery's texts with Sirius and the afternoons back at Gringotts, breaking seals. 3 more houses in 3 days, Peveril, Le Fay, and one of the pre-Latin houses, the one Ragnarok translated as House of the First Flame, which had the most violent seal-breaking yet. A crack of heat and light that left scorch marks on the stone table and caused Ragnarok to revise his assessment of Harry's integration timeline upward with the particular tone of someone who'd been right to be cautious and was moderately annoyed at being surprised anyway. The magic was changing by measurable degrees. Not in dramatic bursts, more like a tide coming in, consistent and inevitable. His control was extraordinary now. He could do things wandlessly that most trained adult wizards couldn't do with a wand, complex transfigurations, layered ward constructions, precise charms, work that required the kind of fine calibration that had always been slightly beyond him. He was reading the Emery's texts faster than he should have been able to, and understanding more of them than he had any formal preparation for, and the old magic theory in them was starting to feel less like theory and more like vocabulary for something he already knew how to speak. Iron Vox he hadn't fully activated yet. He'd felt it twice, at the Gringotts session when his voice had carried that particular weight, and once in the back garden when he'd been working a ward construct and had spoken the anchor word and the whole ward had gone up with a snap and a brightness that had cracked one of the flagstones. He was being careful with it. Deliberate. You didn't practice a weapon in a house full of people you cared about. The Thursday of the attack started normally. Sirius had gone out in the morning to meet Remus Lupin, who'd arrived in London the previous day and was staying nearby. Harry had been expecting Remus since Sirius had sent the letter, had been looking forward to it, actually, in the way you look forward to seeing someone who knew your parents and carries pieces of them in their memory. Ron and Neville had gone to Diagon Alley for supplies and Hermione was in the library. Harry was in the drawing room on the first floor, cross-legged on the floor with two Emery's volumes open in front of him and the Pendragon's sword leaning against the wall within arm's reach, working through a section on what the text called resonance anchoring, using old magic to bind a ward permanently to a bloodline rather than a location, when the house ward shifted. He felt it before he understood it. The Potter signet ring went warm on his finger, then hot, then briefly searing, in a sequence that was too deliberate to be ambient magical fluctuation. Someone had crossed the outer ward boundary of Grimmauld Place. Not through the front door had standard minister-registered entry wards, and those hadn't triggered. Someone had come through a side wall, using a ward bypass technique that was sophisticated enough to get past the outer layer and not sophisticated enough to get past the secondary layer, which was the one Lily Potter had keyed to the bloodline. Harry closed both books. Stood up. Picked up the sword. He stood in the middle of the drawing room and breathed, and let the ward network tell him what it knew. It was a skill he'd been developing, reading the ward information that flowed through the ring, which acted as the ward's primary anchor now that his blood had re-registered with the house. It was like listening for a sound you couldn't quite hear directly but could feel in your sternum. 3 presences. 2 on the ground floor, coming through the kitchen. 1 on the upper floor, which meant whoever they were, they'd gotten higher into the house before the secondary layer had registered them, which meant the one upstairs had a more sophisticated ward pass. Not Death Eaters in Death Eater robes coming through the front with wands drawn. 3 people with bypass tools and a plan, which was considerably more worrying than a direct assault, because it implied someone who knew this house well enough to know its layout. Harry crossed to the drawing room door, opened it quietly, and stood in the upstairs hallway. He could hear them now, not footsteps exactly, but the small sounds of careful movement, the kind made by people trying not to make sounds. From below, 2 sets, moving through the kitchen toward the staircase. From above, 1 set, already on the 3rd floor landing. Harry made a decision. He didn't run. He didn't hide. He walked to the base of the staircase going up and stood there and waited, and when the figure came around the corner of the 3rd floor landing and started down the stairs, Harry let him get 3 steps down before he said, clearly and calmly, "Stop." The figure stopped. He was masked, a smooth dark mask, no sigil, no Death Eater skull, which confirmed Harry's working theory that these were not Voldemort's people directly. The mask meant professional, which meant hired, which meant someone in the Wizengamot had spent money and moved fast. The figure had a wand up and pointed at Harry, and for 3 seconds there was a standoff on the staircase. Then the figure cast. It was a good curse. Harry didn't recognize it immediately, which meant it was either invented or very old and rarely used, and it came fast and with the yellow-green signature of a pain or disorientation hex rather than anything lethal, which told Harry something about the objective here. Not kill. Capture or disable. Harry stepped sideways and let it pass. Not with a shield charm. Not with any charm. He stepped sideways at the right moment with the casual certainty of someone reading a sentence they'd already read before, which was something that had been building in him since the Pendragon seal broke, a spatial awareness around active magic that he didn't have a name for yet but that told him where a spell was going with the same clarity that vision told him where a person was. The attacker cast again, faster, and this time Harry brought the sword up. The curse hit the flat of the blade and split. Not deflected sideways, split, divided cleanly down its own axis into two diminished components that dissipated against the walls on either side with a crack like snapping kindling. Harry looked at the blade in his hand for approximately half a second, that was interesting, and then stepped forward and up the staircase. The attacker threw a third curse and backed up simultaneously, and Harry moved through it, shield this time, wandless, his left hand rising with the gesture that was becoming automatic, the old magic shield that ran off intent rather than incantation, and kept moving, and when he reached the landing he was close enough that the wand became less useful and he caught the attacker's wand hand at the wrist. He didn't twist it. He just held it. "Who sent you?" he said. He didn't shout. He didn't need to. His voice in the narrow stairwell had the quality it had started taking on, that underlying resonance, not loud but present in a way that bypassed volume entirely and arrived directly in the chest of whoever heard it. The attacker made a sound that was involuntary and tried to pull back and couldn't, because Harry's grip was not, currently, the grip of a 15-year-old boy who'd spent summers doing garden work. The ward-activated bloodline inheritance had been doing things to his physical presence as well as his magic, and he was abruptly aware of that in a way he hadn't been before. "Downstairs," Harry said. "Your colleagues. Tell them to stop." A pause. The mask tilted slightly. Harry's grip tightened, just slightly. "I'm not asking twice." "Stand down," the attacker said. Their voice was muffled by the mask, indeterminate, could have been any gender or age. "Stand down, we abort." From below there was a pause and then the sound of two people moving quickly and the back door opening and closing. Harry looked at the person in his grip. "You're not leaving until you tell me who sent you," he said. "That's not a threat. It's a fact. I have 3 ward layers in this house and the outer one is a capture ward now." He hadn't said a capture ward when he'd arrived here. He said it in the moment he said so, pushing the intent through the ring, and felt the ward snap into place around the building's perimeter. "So you can tell me now, or I can get the Goblin legal team here in 20 minutes and we can do it formally." Another pause. "We were told you were 15, the attacker said. There was something like wonder in their muffled voice, which Harry found moderately irritating. "I am 15, Harry said. "Who sent you?" A long silence. Then, "I don't know his name. The contract came through a cutout. 3 removes. The payment was in cursed gold, untraceable, already spent." The masked figure wasn't struggling anymore. The voice had gone flat and professional, the voice of someone shifting from operative to informant with the pragmatism of someone who'd made the calculation. The brief said disable and extract. Bring you in alive. Address in a sealed envelope we weren't to open until we had you. Where's the envelope? Burned when we aborted. Contingency. Harry looked at the mask for a moment. He believed it. Not because he trusted professional assassins, but because the story was too specific to be improvised and too incomplete to be useful as a lie. Whoever had sent them had been careful. 3 removes, cut out money, burn on aboard, this was someone experienced with plausible deniability. "You came through the side wall," Harry said. "Sophisticated bypass. Not standard. Where did you get the technique?" Silence. "I'm asking because I want to improve my wards," Harry said. "Not because I'm going to do anything with your answer in the next 5 minutes." He released the wand hand. Stepped back 1 step. "I could turn you over to the Aurors. Or you could walk out of the capture ward right now, because I'm going to drop it, and we can both pretend this was considerably less productive than it was." Another silence. The masked figure seemed to be making a genuine assessment of him. "Ministry," they said finally. The bypass came from someone inside the Ministry's ward engineering division. That's all I can tell you because that's all I know. Harry dropped the capture ward. The figure went down the stairs fast and out the back, and Harry listened to the ward system track all three of them to the outer boundary and then past it and gone, and then he stood in the stairwell holding the Pendragon sword and thought about what had just happened. Ministry ward engineering. Which meant this had come from inside the ministry. Which meant someone in that building, someone who had been in that chamber 4 days ago and watched Harry claim 7 houses and heard Amelia Bones formally recognize the claim, had made a phone call, metaphorically speaking, and arranged for 3 professionals to disable and extract him. Capture. Not kill. Which meant the objective was to have Harry Potter in someone's possession, which was a much more specific and much more alarming goal than assassination. He went downstairs to the kitchen, put the sword on the table, and put the kettle on, because he was going to need to think clearly and he thought better with tea, and while the kettle heated he went to the library door and knocked. "Hermione," he said. "Are you all right?" A pause. The sound of a book being set down. "Yes." "Why?" "3 people just broke into the house. They're gone. I need you to come and help me think." A longer pause. Then the library door opened and Hermione stood in the doorway looking at him with an expression that moved through several stages very quickly, alarm, then the quick assessment that he was physically fine, then the focused sharpness that was Hermione shifting into problem-solving mode. "The ward bypass," she said immediately. "How did they, Ministry Ward Engineering Division?" "Someone inside." "Oh," she said. Then, "Oh, that's, yes," Harry said. "Come and have tea." By the time Sirius and Remus arrived back an hour later, Harry had written down everything the attacker had told him in precise order. Hermione had cross-referenced the information against what she knew about Ministry Ward engineering procedures, and they'd jointly arrived at 3 names of people who had the technical access and the political motivation to have commissioned a ward bypass of that sophistication. Remus Lupin came through the front door and stopped in the hallway and looked at Harry with the eyes of someone who had been told some things by Sirius on the walk over and was processing the rest in real time. He was thinner than Harry had expected, with grey at his temples that hadn't been there 2 years ago and a stillness about him that came, Harry thought, from years of being very careful about taking up space. "Harry," Remus said. "Professor," Harry said. A pause. Remus looked at him fully, at the robes, the ring, the sword on the kitchen table visible through the doorway, and his expression did something quiet and complicated. "You look like your father," he said. "In the way that's entirely you and not him at all, but also entirely him. If that makes sense." "It does," Harry said. He stepped forward and Remus met him halfway and the hug was brief and slightly awkward in the way of people who aren't sure yet what they are to each other now that things have changed, and then they stepped apart. "Someone tried to take me this morning," Harry said. Remus went still. Sirius made a sharp sound. Harry explained it clearly and quickly, the same way he'd explained it to Hermione, and watched Sirius's expression move from shock to fury to the controlled, focused anger of someone who'd learned the hard way that unfocused fury was expensive. Remus listened without speaking and when Harry finished he said, "The capture objective. They wanted you alive." "Yes." "Who benefits from having you in custody versus having you dead?" "Someone who wants to use me rather than remove me," Harry said. "Someone who's seen the inheritance claim and done the math and decided that controlling me is more valuable than stopping me." "That's not Voldemort," Sirius said. "No," Harry agreed. "Or not Voldemort primarily. This has ministry fingerprints." "Fudge," Sirius said. "Fudge wouldn't have the nerve to commission this directly," Remus said. "But someone in his circle. Someone who looked at the Wisengamot session and saw a 15-year-old with more Wisengamot votes than the minister and decided that the most elegant solution was to make him a ward of the ministry." "Guardianship," Hermione said, from the table where she'd been listening and writing. If they could establish a ministry guardianship over Harry, claim that his previous guardian arrangement was invalid, that he's a minor without a legal magical guardian, they could potentially have administrative authority over the inheritance claims until he comes of age. "Sirius is my godfather," Harry said. His name is clear. His name is clear, but the guardianship wasn't formally registered when he got out, Hermione said, with the precision of someone who had been doing legal research for 4 days and had opinions about it. There's a gap in the paperwork. It was never formally filed with the ministry because everything moved so fast after Pettigrew's conviction. Harry looked at Sirius. Sirius was already looking at him. We fixed that today. We fixed that today, Harry agreed. Marchetti. Call her. Ragnarok too, Hermione said. If the guardianship is registered through Gringotts, it has the same legal weight as the inheritance claim. It's outside ministry jurisdiction. Remus was watching all of this with an expression that was soft and sharp simultaneously, the expression of someone watching something they'd hoped for and weren't quite sure they'd get to see. Lily would have loved this, he said, quietly, to no particular target. Nobody said anything for a moment. Then Ron, who had arrived back from Diagon Alley in the middle of the debrief and had been leaning in the kitchen doorway eating a biscuit with the focused attention of someone catching up very rapidly, said, "Can we talk about the part where you stopped a curse with a sword? Because I've been sitting on that for 20 minutes and I feel like we've underreacted." The blade deflected it, Harry said. Swords don't deflect curses, Neville said, from behind Ron. He'd come back from the alley with him. That doesn't happen. The Pendragon blade is a bound bloodline weapon, Hermione said, slipping into the tone she got when she was citing something she'd actually researched. I read about it in one of the supplementary Gringotts documents. It doesn't function on normal magical principles, it resonates with the holder's magical core. If Harry's core is strong enough now, the blade would effectively conduct and redirect hostile magic in the same way that certain ancient shields did. Ron looked at the sword on the kitchen table. He looked at Harry. You need to practice with that. I know, Harry said. No, I mean, I'm not an expert in ancient magical swords, but I know you, and you are going to need to practice with that before the next time someone points something at you. I know, Ron. Today, Ron said. Harry almost smiled. After we call Marchetti and sort the guardianship, yes. Marchetti arrived within 2 hours, listened to everything in 15 minutes of very focused silence, and then produced paperwork from her briefcase with the speed of someone who had anticipated needing exactly this and had it ready. The formal guardianship registration was signed by Harry, countersigned by Sirius, witnessed by Remus and Hermione, and sent via Gringotts' legal courier to be filed simultaneously with the Ministry and with Goblin records. Ragnarok, reached by fire call, confirmed that the Goblin filing would take precedence in any jurisdiction dispute and that he would be personally unhappy if the Ministry attempted to argue otherwise. I will be unhappy in a very formal and very public way, Ragnarok said, which was about as close to a threat as Harry had yet heard from him, and carried considerable weight. After Marchetti left and the fire call with Ragnarok ended, Harry went to the back garden with the Pendragon sword and Ron, and they spent 2 hours doing something that would have been difficult to describe to an outside observer but that Ron later summarized as figuring out what the sword actually does. What the sword actually did was extraordinary. It moved as an extension of his magical core, not just as a sharp piece of metal, but as a conductor. When Harry cast through it, the output was stronger and more precise than wand casting. When he used it in the old magic framework, declared intent, channeled through the blade, the effect was substantially more powerful than anything he'd produced wandlessly without it. It was as though the blade was a focusing lens for a magical core that was now large enough to need one. Ron watched and occasionally said things like, "Try that again but faster," and, "What happens if you push more intent behind it," and, "Okay, so the scorch mark is bigger that time, I'm noting that," and his commentary was so practically useful that Harry thought, not for the first time, that Ron's tactical instincts were criminally underused in a world that categorized him primarily as Harry's friend. The ward bypass technique was the afternoon's second project. Harry walked Hermione through the entry point, the side wall of the kitchen, and she examined the residual magic in the stone with the methodical thoroughness of someone who would find the flaw in the technique or die trying. She found it in 40 minutes, a narrow-frequency magical gap that the bypass tool had exploited, a known vulnerability in 19th-century ward construction that had been documented in ministry files and was apparently not publicly available unless you worked in ward engineering. "I can patch it," she said. "But more importantly, Harry, this technique is documented. If we have the documentation, we can identify every ward structure in Britain that's vulnerable to it, which means we can also identify who in the ministry has accessed that file recently. Can we get that access log?" "Madam Bones can," she said. "If she's willing." Harry looked at her. "Write her a letter. Explain what you found. She'll be willing." Hermione wrote the letter. The reply came back before dinner, "Miss Granger. Send me your analysis. I will have the access log on your desk within 24 hours. A. Bones." Dinner was loud and crowded in the way dinner at Grimmauld Place had become over the last several days, Remus staying now, Neville most evenings, and the particular warmth of a table full of people who were in the middle of something significant together and drawing energy from each other. Harry sat at the head of the table, which he'd never done before and which happened naturally without anyone choosing it, and ate and listened to the conversation around him. Remus was telling Ron about the time James Potter had accidentally transfigured an entire Transfiguration classroom full of chairs into owls in second year and then couldn't get them back, and Ron was laughing, and Neville was asking Sirius a question about the history of the Old House Alliance networks, and Hermione was eating with one hand and writing with the other. Harry looked at all of it and felt something that was not exactly happiness because happiness seemed too light for it, but was the closest neighbor to it, something grounded and real and his. He thought about the attacker on the stairs. The mask, the professional detachment, the 3 removes and the burn-on-aboard contingency. Someone inside the ministry who'd moved fast and spent money and was now waiting to hear that the operation had succeeded. They were going to find out soon that it hadn't. When they did, they would try something else. Harry had no illusions about that. The Wisengamot session had activated something in people who had established arrangements that depended on Harry Potter remaining ignorable, and people with comfortable arrangements that were being disrupted tended to escalate. But escalation required a target to be static. Harry intended to keep moving. He looked at Remus across the table, who caught his eye and gave him a small, private nod that said, "I see you thinking. It's going to be all right." Harry nodded back. After dinner, while the others were still at the table, he went upstairs to his room and sat on the edge of the bed and opened the Emery's text to the section he'd been working through before the attack. The chapter was titled, in the old Merlin script that he could now read with only minor effort, which was still slightly alarming when he thought about it, on the nature of declared intent in combat application. He read for an hour. Then he closed the book and sat with his hands on his knees and closed his eyes and said, very quietly, in the room's stillness, "I declare my intent to protect them." The words dropped into the silence and hit it like a stone hitting deep water. Something answered, not a voice, not a sound, but a resonance in the base of his skull and outward along his arms and through the ring and into the walls of the house, the ward network lighting up in response, every layer of it, reorienting around the statement the way iron filings orient to a magnet. He felt it settle. He opened his eyes. The room was the same room. The house was the same house. But the wards were different, deeper, sharper, older feeling, the way water feels different when it's coming from a very deep source. He'd done something just now that he'd been reading about for 3 days, and he'd done it in about 6 words, and that was both enormously useful and slightly terrifying. He filed the terrifying part for later. He picked up the Emery's text, opened it to the next chapter, and kept reading. Outside the room, he could hear the sounds of the house, laughter from downstairs, Sirius's voice, the warm ambient noise of people who were in this with him, fully, no reservations. He'd chosen them and they'd chosen him, and that was its own kind of old magic, probably. The kind Lily Potter had understood better than anyone. He thought about her letter. "I want you to be angry about it for as long as you need to be. And then I want you to use it." He wasn't angry anymore. He was ready. Chapter 6, Sirius. The conversation had been building for days. Harry knew it and Sirius knew it, and they'd both been busy enough that the knowing had stayed peripheral, present but not addressed, like a light left on in a room nobody was entering. But on the morning after Harry had declared his intent and felt the wards reshape themselves around it, he woke up early and came downstairs to find Sirius already in the kitchen, sitting at the table with a cup of tea he wasn't drinking, staring at the middle distance with the expression of someone who had been awake for some time and had been using that time to arrive at a difficult place. Harry put the kettle on. Got 2 mugs. Sat down across from him. Sirius looked up. His eyes were clear but shadowed underneath, and he had the look of a man who had been rehearsing something and was now discovering that the rehearsal wasn't going to be useful. "I've been trying to figure out how to start this," Sirius said. "Start anywhere," Harry said. "We'll get where we need to go." Sirius wrapped both hands around his mug. The morning was quiet, Ron asleep upstairs, Hermione probably already reading, Remus out for his early walk. The kitchen had the particular stillness of early hours, the light coming in grey and clean through the single window above the sink. "When Dumbledore came to me," Sirius said, "on the night of Halloween 1981, in those hours before Hagrid took you and before I went after Pettigrew, he didn't just tell me about the vaults. He told me about the prophecy." Harry went still. "Not all of it. He told me the shape of it. That you were the one it pointed to. That you were going to have to face Voldemort. That the way you faced him mattered as much as whether you won." Sirius looked at his hands. "And he asked me, if I survived, if I came back from Pettigrew, he asked me to trust him with the specifics of how you were raised. Not to interfere with the plan." "What plan specifically?" "He said you needed to grow up without the weight of expectation. Without knowing what you were. That if you knew from childhood what the prophecy said, what your bloodline meant, what was waiting for you, he thought it would damage something essential in you. The capacity to choose love over power when it mattered." Harry poured the tea. Slid one mug across. "Didn't say anything. I told him that I was your godfather," Sirius said. "That I had a responsibility to you that predated any plan. And he stopped. Looked at the table. He told me that the best thing I could do for you was trust that he understood the situation better than I did. And then I went after Pettigrew and I ended up in Azkaban and the question became theoretical for 12 years. But when you got out," Harry said. "When I got out I was," Sirius pressed his thumb and forefinger against his eyes briefly. "I was barely functional, Harry. I want to be honest about that. 12 years in Azkaban doesn't leave you intact. I was out and I was free and Pettigrew had run and all I could think about was keeping you alive for the immediate present. The Dementors, the Ministry, Pettigrew at large, everything was immediate, everything was now." He dropped his hand. "The bigger picture got deferred. And then he was caught," Harry said. Pettigrew, cornered the following spring by Sirius and Remus and a very determined Harry, dragged in front of the Wisengamot and convicted, Sirius cleared, the world rearranged. "And you were free properly and you had time to think." "Yes. And you thought about the vaults." "I asked Dumbledore again, that autumn. You were in the tournament. He said the same thing he'd said 12 years before, the timing, the prophecy, you needing to come to it yourself, and he stopped again. This stop was different, harder. I accepted it. Again. The kitchen was very quiet. "Why?" Harry asked. Not angry. Genuinely asking, because he needed to understand it completely. Sirius looked at him. "Because I wanted to believe he was right," he said, and there was nothing defended about it, nothing calculated. Raw and direct. "Because the alternative, that he'd been systematically stripping your inheritance while I sat in Azkaban and then was too broken to notice and then just didn't ask loudly enough, was a failure of the thing I was supposed to be. Your godfather. The person who was supposed to," he stopped. "Your father made me promise. Before you were born, before any of it. He said if anything happened to him and Lily, I was the one who was supposed to make sure you were all right. Not just alive. All right. The words sat in the room. You were not all right, Sirius said quietly. You were alive and you were brave and you were extraordinary and you were not all right, and I knew it and I told myself the priority was keeping you safe from Voldemort because that was the clear and present danger, and I let the other thing, the thing I should have pushed on, I let it go because pushing on it meant confronting Dumbledore properly. And confronting Dumbledore properly meant admitting that I had been failing you for years while trusting someone else to not fail you. Harry looked at him for a long moment. Sirius met his eyes. He didn't look away and he didn't flinch and he didn't try to make it smaller than it was, and that was the thing, that was what made this conversation different from the one with Dumbledore, which had also been honest in its way. Dumbledore had been honest with the dignity of a man who had made peace with his decisions. Sirius was honest with the rawness of someone who hadn't made peace with anything and wasn't trying to. Sirius, Harry said. I know. I'm sorry doesn't, stop, Harry said. Let me talk. Sirius stopped. Harry picked up his tea and held it and thought about how to say what he needed to say, which was something he'd been forming for several days without knowing he was forming it, the shape of the thing he actually felt, underneath the facts and the strategy and the forward motion. You know what I kept thinking about, he said, when I was reading through the audit documents? Not the vaults. Not the Wizengamot seats or the suppressed abilities or any of it specifically. He looked at Sirius. I kept thinking about the summer after third year. When I just found out you were my godfather and I was going to get to live with you, and then everything fell apart because Pettigrew ran and the ministry wouldn't believe us. And I went back to the Dursleys. And you wrote to me. He paused. Every week. You wrote every week that summer. You couldn't do anything, you were in hiding, you had nothing, but you wrote every week. Sirius had gone very still. And then I thought about the summer after fourth year, Harry continued. After the graveyard. When I was back at the Dursleys and I was in a bad way, and you wrote. More than every week. You were on the other end of every letter I sent and you answered every one of them. He set his mug down. You couldn't give me my inheritance. You couldn't tell me what Dumbledore had decided you couldn't tell me. You couldn't change the circumstances. But you were there every single time I reached out and you were never not there. Sirius was looking at the table. His jaw was tight. I'm not absolving you of the thing you got wrong, Harry said. I need you to know I understand it was wrong, and you need to know I know. But I'm telling you that the sum of who you've been to me is not that thing. And I need you to be able to hold both of those things at once, because if you can't, if you collapse into just the guilt, then you're not going to be useful to me and you're going to be very unhappy, and I need you functional and I prefer you happy. A silence. Sirius looked up. His eyes were doing the thing they'd done at the Gringotts dining room, the thing that was being held very carefully in place so as not to become something larger in a kitchen at 7 in the morning. You sound like your mother, he said. His voice was slightly rough. She used to do exactly that, deliver something devastating and then immediately make it constructive. James used to say it was the most disarming thing about her because you couldn't even stay properly upset. Good, Harry said. I'll take it. Sirius exhaled. A long, slow exhale that had more in it than a breath normally carries. He picked up his tea and drank it and set it down and looked at Harry steadily. There's more, he said. I thought there might be. About the prophecy. Sirius turned his mug in his hands. Dumbledore told me the shape of it, that night. What he told me, Harry, part of why he suppressed the inheritance wasn't just about keeping you unburdened by power. It was about the prophecy's specific language. A power the Dark Lord knows not. He was terrified, I mean genuinely terrified, that if you grew up as the heir of Pendragon and Gryffindor and Emrys, the power Voldemort would eventually come to know about you would be your bloodline. Your magical strength. And he believed the power the prophecy pointed to was something else entirely. Love, Harry said. The capacity for it. The choice of it. Sirius looked at him. He was afraid that if you grew up powerful and knowing it, you'd face Voldemort relying on power. And he believed, based on things Lily had told him, things she understood about the sacrificial magic, about intent, that the only way to defeat Voldemort finally was through something that wasn't power on power. Harry thought about this. He thought about it carefully, turning it from several angles. He wasn't entirely wrong, he said finally. Sirius blinked. Harry, I'm not saying he was right. I'm saying he wasn't entirely wrong, and those are different things. Harry looked at the window, the grey morning brightening slowly outside it. The old magic is real. My mother's sacrifice was real. The thing that's protected me my whole life was not my bloodline, it was her choice. And I think Dumbledore understood something genuine about that, even if he used that understanding to justify things he had no right to justify. He paused. What I think he got wrong, what I think he fundamentally misunderstood, is that power and love aren't in opposition. You can be fully yourself, fully powerful, and still choose love. In fact, I think you have to be fully yourself to choose it properly, because a choice made from a diminished self isn't really a choice. It's just a product of circumstance. Sirius was very quiet, looking at him. He thought he had to hollow me out a bit, Harry said. To make the love thing work. I think that's backwards. I think you have to be whole for it. When did you work that out? Sirius asked, and his voice had something in it that wasn't quite wonder but was its near neighbor. Reading my mum's letter for the 8th time, Harry said. She didn't say, don't use the power. She said use it. She understood both things. She chose love and she was also the most capable witch of her generation and she didn't think those two things were in conflict. Sirius looked at the table and then at Harry and then at some middle point between them where something was settling into place. There's still more, Sirius said. Okay. The night your parents died. He picked up his mug again and set it down without drinking from it. I've been over it so many times. Every angle. Why Pettigrew, why James chose Pettigrew as secret keeper instead of me. He looked at his hands. James's reasoning, when he told me, was that Voldemort would expect him to choose me. That I was the obvious choice and therefore the dangerous one. But I've always wondered, I've never been able to stop wondering, whether Dumbledore had anything to do with that decision. Harry went still. I'm not saying Dumbledore betrayed them, Sirius said quickly. I would stake everything I have and am on the fact that he did not intend for them to die. But, there are things. Small things. Timing. The fact that Dumbledore knew, before James told me, that the secret keeper was being changed. The fact that he raised no objection to the switch, which was unusual for a man who questioned everything. He looked at Harry. I don't know. I've never known. I've never asked him directly. Ask him, Harry said. Sirius looked up. Ask him, Harry repeated. Not as an accusation. As a question you deserve the answer to. You've been carrying this for 14 years and you deserve to know. He met Sirius's eyes. And if the answer is something that matters, if there's something there, I want to know too. A long silence. He'll be honest, Sirius said slowly. Whatever else he is, he'll be honest if I ask him directly. He always has been, when asked the right question in the right way. Then ask the right question, Harry said. Sirius nodded, once, the nod of someone making a decision. Then he looked at Harry across the kitchen table in the quiet morning and his expression was the clearest Harry had seen it, no layers, no careful management, just Sirius himself, which was a person who was large and complicated and brave and flawed and completely, genuinely there. I love you, Sirius said. Simply. Not the dramatic declaration of a man who'd been saving it, but the ordinary statement of a fact that had been true for a long time. Your father was my brother and you are, he stopped. You are yourself, entirely, and that's the best thing I can tell you. Harry looked at him. I know, he said. Which was not inadequate, because the way he said it carried everything it needed to. They sat with that for a moment. The kettle was empty. The morning light was coming warmer through the window. Right, Sirius said, with a shift in tone that was him choosing to go forward. The monitoring ward that was triggered at the Gringotts session. The Ministry insider who commissioned the attack. What's your current thinking? Bones gets us the access log today or tomorrow, Harry said. That narrows the field. Marchetti thinks we have grounds for a formal inquiry through the Gringotts Legal Committee, which is independent of Ministry oversight. Fudge won't like an independent inquiry. Fudge is going to like a lot of things about the next several weeks considerably less than he likes them now, Harry said. That's not my primary concern. Sirius's mouth curved. No. I suppose it isn't. He stood, went to the counter, and started making breakfast with the particular focused energy of someone who had set something down and could move properly now. Remus wants to talk to you about the order. The order or specifically about Voldemort? Both. He's been in contact with some of the field operatives, the ones who've been watching the Death Eater movement since Pettigrew's conviction. There's activity. Not an assault forming yet but, positioning, Harry said. Yes. Sirius cracked eggs into a pan. Remus thinks Voldemort knows about the Gringotts claim by now, if the monitoring ward triggered when the attestation was read. He'd be making decisions based on incomplete information, Harry said. He knows the Pendragon heir has surfaced. He doesn't know the full scope of what that means yet. His instinct will be to move before I'm consolidated. Which means the question is how consolidated you'll be when he does. 6 more seals broken, Harry said. The Gringotts seats fully active. The Ancestral Properties Ward networked and running. The Alliance contracts with Longbottom, Bones, and Abbott formally reactivated. He listed them with the tone of a man ticking items off a list that existed in his head. An Ironvox properly activated, which I'm working on. How close? Sirius asked. Close, Harry said. It's not a skill. It's a state. Like, I have to be completely settled in what I am before it works properly. The practice in the garden is part of it but the rest is just, he paused. Becoming sure enough of myself that it stops needing effort. That's very Lily, Sirius said quietly, over the eggs. What is? Describing magical development as an internal state rather than a technique. He glanced back at Harry. She always said the difference between competent magic and extraordinary magic was entirely psychological. That the spells were just vocabulary, the actual language was self-knowledge. Harry thought about the Emery's text. Declared intent in combat application. The chapter he'd been reading the night before the attack, the night after the declaration in his room, the night the wards had reconfigured around 6 words of genuine intent. She was right, he said. Remus returned from his walk before the eggs were done and came into the kitchen with the damp of morning air on his jacket and a folded piece of parchment in his hand that he set on the table without preamble. From Kingsley, he said. Kingsley Shacklebolt, Order Operative, or, one of the field contacts Sirius had mentioned. Arrived this morning. He's been watching the old Riddle property, the Death Eater gathering point from last summer. There's been activity. 7 confirmed Death Eaters in the last 4 days. Not meeting, not performing rituals. Arriving. Settling in. Making the place habitable. Prepositioning, Harry said. That's Kingsley's read. Remus sat down. His eyes were tired but clear. There's also something more specific. One of the arrivals was identified as Bellatrix Lestrange. The name landed differently than most names. Not because it frightened Harry, he'd been past frightened of specific names for some time, but because of what it meant in terms of Voldemort's intentions. Bellatrix was not a general-purpose soldier. Bellatrix was Voldemort's primary instrument for things he wanted done with maximum force and minimum subtlety. He's getting ready to make a statement, Harry said. That's my read, Remus agreed. What kind of statement? Remus looked at him steadily. The kind that says, Your political consolidation and your inheritance claims and your Wisengamot seats are irrelevant because the battlefield is not in a chamber, it's out here, and you don't have enough people to hold it. He wants to attack something I care about, Harry said. Something that forces me to respond reactively instead of continuing to build. Yes. Harry thought about this. What does he think I care about? Your friends. Your godfather. Hogwarts. Hogwarts is warded to a standard that Bellatrix would think twice about, Harry said. My friends are here, behind wards that are now considerably more robust than they were a week ago. He paused. What else? Remus and Sirius exchanged a glance. The ancestral properties, Sirius said. Harry looked at him. You claimed 7 houses, Sirius said. 3 of those houses have ancestral properties currently unoccupied and only partially warded. The Godric's Hollow estate in particular, it's been sealed since 1981, the wards are old and haven't been maintained. It's on every old family registry. Any Death Eater with access to pre-war records would know it existed. He paused. And destroying the ancestral home of the Potter Pendragon heir, ceremonially, publicly, would be exactly the kind of statement that says the old blood means nothing against Voldemort's power. Harry was quiet for a moment. When, he said. Kingsley thinks within the week. Harry looked at the table. At the morning light. At Sirius and Remus across from him, both watching him with the particular attention of people who were waiting to see which version of him was going to answer. Then we go first, Harry said. Harry, Remus started. We go to Godric's Hollow before they do, Harry said. Not to hide there. To meet them there. On my ground, on my terms, with my people. He looked at Remus. I'm done reacting. They want me reactive, they want me scrambling to protect things instead of moving toward them. The answer to that is to move toward them first, but on a battlefield I've chosen. Sirius leaned forward slightly. The estate has been sealed for 14 years. We don't know its condition. I have my mother's ward map, Harry said. The one from the Pendragon chest. She drew the anchor points. If we can get there 2 days ahead of them and I can walk those anchor points and reset the wards with current magic, with Ironvox, Sirius said. If it activates when I need it to, yes. Sirius looked at him for a long moment. What if it doesn't? Then I use what I have, Harry said simply. Which is already more than enough. Hermione appeared in the kitchen doorway in her dressing gown with her hair up and an expression that said she'd been awake for some time and had been listening from the stairs, which she didn't bother pretending she hadn't. The ward map, she said. Can I see it? Harry pulled it out of his jacket. She took it and spread it on the kitchen table and leaned over it with the focused attention she gave things that deserved it. These anchor points, she said, after a moment. The notation here, this is the same system the Emrys texts use. Your mother was working from the same framework. She researched, Harry said. She researched the Emrys magical system and mapped a ward network based on it on a property that's key to your bloodline. Hermione looked up. Harry, if you walk these points and anchor them with old magic intent, declared intent, the way the texts describe, the ward network won't just be defensive. It'll be active. It'll respond to you the way Grimmauld Place responds to you, but this property is larger and older and the bloodline anchor is deeper. Godric's Hollow, Remus said quietly. Gryffindor founded that village. The magical resonance in the land itself is ancient, Harry said. Extraordinary, Remus said. Ron had appeared in the doorway behind Hermione, hair in various directions, holding a piece of toast. He looked at the ward map on the table and at Harry's face and at Sirius's face and said, We're going somewhere, aren't we? Godric's Hollow, Harry said. In 2 days. Right. Ron took a bite of toast. I'll pack. Neville arrived from upstairs in the middle of this exchange, took one look at the scene, the ward map, the alert faces, Remus and Sirius in their various states of cautious readiness, and said, What did I miss? Everything, Ron said cheerfully. As usual. Have some eggs. Harry watched all of them and felt the thing he'd felt the previous night, that solid grounded warmth, but larger now, larger because the conversation with Sirius had happened and the thing that had been in the room between them for days had been said and dealt with and was now behind them rather than between them. Because Sirius was sitting at the table with the cleared expression of a man who had put something down, and Remus was here with field intelligence and steady eyes, and Hermione was already making notes on the ward map, and Ron was eating toast with the energy of someone ready to go wherever the next thing was. This was what Dumbledore had thought would be destroyed by power, Harry thought. This exact thing, the people around the table, the loyalty in it, the uncomplicated willingness. But Dumbledore had it backwards. Power hadn't threatened this. Power had made it possible. Being fully himself hadn't made Harry less capable of love or friendship or the ordinary human warmth of a kitchen in the morning. It had made him more capable of protecting it. He pulled the ward map back toward him and started planning the approach to Godric's Hollow. Outside, London was waking up. The sun was fully up now, pushing through the kitchen window and laying gold across the table, across the map, across his mother's careful handwriting in the anchor point notations, the handwriting of a woman who had understood that love and power were the same force running in the same direction. He pressed the Potter signet ring to the first anchor point on the map. The stone warmed under his finger. 2 days. Chapter 7, The ground remembers. Godric's Hollow looked exactly like a village that had forgotten it was extraordinary. The high street was narrow and cobbled and had the gentle dishevelment of a place that had been there long enough to stop trying to impress anyone, with a post office and a pub and a church that predated most of British recorded history by a comfortable margin. The Muggle residents moved through it without knowing they were living in one of the oldest sites of concentrated magical power in the country, which was probably for the best. The memorial at the center of the square, the one that showed Harry's parents to Muggle eyes as an innocuous stone plaque, was off to the left as they came in from the apparition point at the village boundary, and Harry glanced at it and kept walking. He'd think about that later. There was work first. The estate was at the eastern edge of the village, past the church and down a lane that hadn't been maintained and showed it. The hedges had grown together overhead into a green tunnel, and the lane's surface was cracked and lifted in places by roots that had been growing unimpeded for 14 years. Harry pushed through the overhang with his wand drawn and the ward map in his other hand, and Sirius and Hermione came through behind him, and then Ron and Neville, and then Remus at the back. They emerged from the tunnel into a clearing and stopped. The house was large, larger than Harry had imagined from the map's abstract lines. 3 stories of old grey stone, roofed in dark slate, with the kind of windows that were deep set into thick walls and made the light inside them look like it was coming from very far away. It was not ruined. That was the first surprise. He'd expected something like the cottage he'd seen photographs of, the destroyed front wall, the caved roof, the sense of violence preserved. But this was a different building, older and entirely intact, standing in its clearing with the settled dignity of something that had simply been waiting. The grounds around it were wild, 14 years of unchecked growth, the formal gardens his mother's map indicated reduced to a beautiful organized chaos of overgrown roses and collapsed trellises and trees that had grown into each other's canopies in the years since anyone had maintained them. Through the overgrowth Harry could feel it, the same sensation he'd felt coming through the Hogwarts gate, the same awareness of something deep and old in the ground itself, but stronger here. More specific. You feel that, Hermione said, beside him. Not a question. It knows me, Harry said, which was not a thing he'd have said 6 days ago but was completely accurate now. Sirius was looking at the house with an expression that was private and layered. He'd been here before, Harry knew. During the war. He'd stood in this clearing with James and Lily, probably, and that was a history that was his to hold. The anchor points, Remus said, pulling them forward gently. We have a window, Harry. Kingsley's latest communication pushed the Death Eater movement timeline. Not 2 days, they may move tomorrow evening. Then we do this today, Harry said. He opened the ward map fully and oriented it to the clearing. His mother's handwriting was everywhere on it, the anchor point notations, the ward sequence, brief marginal notes in her precise script that were somewhere between instructions and something more personal. This point needs deep anchoring, the earth here is old. Trust what you feel. And at the corner of the map, almost too small to read, he'll know what to do. Harry folded the map back to the relevant section and looked up at the house. We need to get inside first, he said. The primary anchor is the hearthstone, Mum's map puts it in the main hall. Everything else radiates from there. The ward's on the door, Neville said. He was looking at the entrance with the expression he used for herbology problems, focused and methodical. They're old but they're still active. The lock is bloodline keyed. Harry walked to the door. It was a heavy oak thing, dark with age, with an iron handle that had oxidized to a deep verdigris. He pressed his palm flat against the wood, the way he'd done with the vault in Gringotts, and waited. The door opened. Not slowly, not with creaking drama. It opened the way a door opens when someone expected is arriving, promptly, completely, with purpose. The smell that came out was old stone and dried herbs and something underneath both of those that Harry couldn't name but that sat in his chest with an ache that was not pain exactly but was in pain's neighborhood. He stood in the doorway for a moment. Take your time, Sirius said quietly. I'm fine, Harry said. He stepped inside. The main hall was broad and high-ceilinged, with a stone floor and a staircase that curved up to the upper floors along the right wall. The furniture was still there, covered in dust, covered in 14 years of undisturbed quiet, but there. A long table. Chairs. Shelves of books along the back wall that Harry was going to need several days to look at properly. And at the center of the hall floor, set into the stone itself, the hearthstone, a large flat slab of darker stone, roughly 4 feet square, etched with a pattern that Harry's eyes resolved, after a moment, into a stylized representation of something he recognized from the Emery's texts. The old magic anchor symbol. The one used to ground a ward network to a bloodline and a location simultaneously. There, Hermione breathed, beside him. Harry crouched over it. The pattern was worn but intact, the lines of it still clear in the stone. He pressed the Potter's signet ring to the center of it and the ring went warm immediately, warmer than it had gone in the Gringotts vault, warmer than it had gone this morning, a warmth that moved up his arm and settled in his chest alongside that unnamed ache. He could feel the ward network from here. Not just Grimmauld Place's wards, which he could always feel distantly since the declaration, but this network, dormant, coiled in the stone of the building and the ground beneath it like a thing that had been asleep for a very long time and was now aware of him. The way the house had opened the door, but larger. Deeper. What do you need us to do? Ron asked. Harry looked at the map. The anchor points were distributed through the property, 3 inside the house, 3 outside in the grounds, 1 at the boundary wall of the estate's northern edge. 7 total. The hearthstone was the primary. The others amplified and directed it. The 3 indoor points are in the east wing, the library and 2 rooms above it. Hermione, I need you and Neville at those. The map has the exact locations. When you reach each one, he pulled a small set of chalk sticks from his bag, the kind Ragnarok's office had sent with the map documentation, marked with the goblin symbol for activation preparation. Draw the anchor circle on the floor at each point. Don't activate them. Just prepare them. Hermione took the chalk and the map section without needing more explanation. Ron, Sirius, the 2 outdoor points on the south grounds. Same thing. I'll take the northern boundary point myself. Remus, I watched the perimeter, Remus said. He had his wand out already. If anyone comes through that lane before we're done, stall them, Harry said. Don't engage if you can avoid it. And if I can't avoid it? Then I'll feel it in the wards and I'll come. He stood up from the hearthstone. We have an hour. Move. They separated, and Harry went north. The northern boundary of the estate was marked by an old stone wall, chest height, that had been built so long ago that it had started to become part of the landscape, ivy on one face, moss on the cap stones, a tree root on the inside that had lifted and tilted one section slightly but hadn't broken it. The anchor point his mother had marked was at the wall's center, at a place where the stone was darker than the rest, stained with something that was probably just mineral seepage but resonated with the ward network in a way that suggested otherwise. Harry crouched at the wall and drew the anchor circle with the chalk, and while he drew it he was aware of the quality of the silence around him, very still, very deep, the kind of silence that accumulates in places where important things have happened and the land has held them. He thought about Gryffindor founding this village. About Peveril ancestry running through this ground. About his mother, 6 months pregnant and secretly meeting with a Goblin director, carrying the ward map he'd drawn from in the planning this morning. He thought about his father, who had lived here and died here and who Sirius said had been a strategist when it mattered. He finished the anchor circle and pressed his palm to the wall stone at its center. Nothing happened, which was correct. The preparation was done. The activation required him to be at the hearthstone with all 7 circles prepared simultaneously, which was the design of the system. You couldn't activate one point and leave the others waiting. It was all or nothing, which was a very old magic approach to ward construction. Total commitment or total absence. He stood and looked north, over the wall and across the open land beyond the estate boundary, and he felt it, faintly, at the edge of what the ward network could reach, but unmistakably. Movement. Magical signatures, multiple, coming from the northeast. They weren't supposed to be here until tomorrow evening. Harry was back through the grounds at a controlled run, not sprint. Sprinting would burn energy he was going to need. He came around the side of the house and found Ron and Sirius at the second outdoor point, Ron drawing the final lines of the anchor circle with focused concentration. "They're early," Harry said. Sirius straightened immediately. "How far?" 20 minutes. Maybe less. How many? Harry had felt 5 distinct signatures. At least 5. Probably more that I couldn't resolve. He looked at Ron. "Done." "Done," Ron said, standing. Inside. They went through the back entrance at speed, into the house's rear corridor, and Harry felt the other indoor points the moment he crossed the threshold, Hermione and Neville, working efficiently on the upper floors. He could feel the prepared circles resonating faintly through the hearthstone connection, like strings plucked at the far end of an instrument. "Hermione," he called up the stairs. Her head appeared over the upper landing. "Almost done. One more." "How long?" 2 minutes. "You have 2 minutes." He turned to Sirius. "Station at the front windows. Tell me what you see when they reach the lane." Sirius moved without argument, wand out. Remus came through the back entrance behind them, slightly breathless. "For confirmed at the tree line. More coming through from the east field. I counted 7 before I came back." He met Harry's eyes. "Bellatrix is with them." "I expected her," Harry said. "Harry." Remus's voice was very steady. I know what she is," Harry said. "I'm not afraid of her." "Where are they positioned?" "Encircling. They're not rushing. They want to contain first, assault second." "Which means they expect us to try to run," Harry said. "We're not running." He went to the hearthstone and crouched over it. "Hermione." "Done." Her voice from above, clear and certain. "Everyone in the main hall. Now. Stay clear of the hearthstone." They came, Hermione and Neville down the stairs, Ron and Sirius from the windows, Remus from the back. They arranged themselves in the hall with the instinctive competence of people who train together, not perfectly, but well enough, Sirius and Remus on the flanks, Ron and Neville at the rear, Hermione beside Harry with her wand up. Harry pressed both palms flat to the hearthstone. He could feel all 7 circles now, the hearthstone primary, the 3 indoor points, the 2 outdoor points, the boundary wall. All prepared. All resonating. The network was like an instrument strung and tuned, waiting for the player. He didn't think about technique. He didn't think about the correct magical approach or the proper incantation. He thought about what was in this ground, Gryffindor's village, his parents' home, his bloodline going back through Pendragon and Peveril and Emrys to something so far back it barely had a name. He thought about his mother drawing this map. He declared his intent. Not out loud. Down through his palms, into the stone, into the network. Protect them. Hold this ground. This is mine. The hearthstone blazed. The light came up gold through the cracks in the floor's mortar, spreading outward from the central stone along lines that followed the ward network pathways, and Harry felt it go through the house, into the walls, through the foundations, out into the grounds and to the boundary wall in the north and back, and the whole thing activated simultaneously with a sound that was less a noise than a physical sensation, a deep resonant pulse that Harry felt in his molars and his sternum and the soles of his feet. Outside, several people shouted. "It's up," Hermione breathed. She was looking at her monitoring charm, which had gone from pale blue to a deep warm gold. "Harry, this is extraordinary, the ward depth is, how long will it hold?" Ron asked. "Against a standard assault?" "Indefinitely." She looked at Harry. "Against Bellatrix and Death Eaters actively trying to break it?" "Long enough," Harry said. He stood up from the hearthstone. The warmth from the activation was still moving through him, settling in the way the earlier seal breakings had settled, integrating, becoming part of him rather than something he'd done. "They can't come through the wards without me feeling it. The network will tell me exactly where any attempt is made." He looked at his people. "We hold inside while they exhaust themselves on the boundary. When they're frustrated and sloppy, we go out." "We go out," Ron said. "We go out," Harry confirmed. "I'm not sitting in here while they tire. I want them tired and reactive when we meet them." He picked up the Pendragon sword from where he'd leaned it against the wall. 20 minutes. Watch the windows. Tell me what they're doing." What they were doing, it turned out, was a systematic assault on the ward boundary that would have been impressive if it had been working. Harry stood at the main hall window and watched the light show from a safe distance, green and red and yellow curse fire exploding against the ward boundary in bright, soundless flares, each one absorbed and dissipated by the old stone network, each one making the hearthstone behind Harry pulse with a slow, satisfied rhythm. Bellatrix was visible at the eastern boundary, recognizable even at distance by the way she moved, a quality of unconstrained intensity that made her distinct even in a group. She was directing the assault, pointing and gesturing, cycling through combinations of curse fire with the expertise of someone who'd spent decades working out what wards responded to. None of it was working. And Harry could see, in the body language of the assembled Death Eaters, that they were becoming aware that none of it was working, which was producing exactly the reaction he'd anticipated, frustration cycling into recklessness. "She's going to try something bigger," Remus said, from the window beside him. "I know," Harry said. "The kind of bigger that leaves a crater," Remus said. "I know." He turned from the window. "Neville. Are you ready?" Neville had been quiet since the ward activation. In the focused way he went quiet when he was preparing for something rather than hesitating about it. He looked at Harry now with clear eyes. "Yes. Your job is the south boundary. They have 2 people there who are distracted watching the main assault. I want them more distracted." He looked at Ron. "Go with him." Ron nodded. "No questions. Sirius and Remus, east boundary. Don't engage Bellatrix directly. Draw her attention, make her chase you, keep her moving." Sirius grinned. It was the grin from old photographs, the one from before Azkaban, fully present and slightly feral. "Like old times." "Not exactly," Remus said dryly, "since James won't be complaining about the plan and Lily won't be telling us it has 7 obvious flaws." "I'll be doing both those things internally," Hermione said. "Hermione," Harry said, "you're with me. North boundary." "Bellatrix is at the east boundary," she said. "Not arguing." Noting. Bellatrix is going to come to me when she realizes the assault isn't working and she needs to find the ward's primary anchor to break it, Harry said. I want to choose where that meeting happens rather than have her choose it. Hermione looked at him for a moment. The boundary wall. Where the anchor point is. Where I built the anchor point into the oldest section of wall on the property, yes, Harry said. Where the Gryffindor and Pendragon resonance in the ground is strongest. Right, Hermione said. She sounded slightly awed and was clearly trying not to be. Right, okay. Harry looked at all of them. They were in an old hall in a house that had been sealed for 14 years, about to walk out through their own wards into a fight with a group of Death Eaters that included Voldemort's most accomplished and most unhinged operative, and every single one of them was looking back at him with the expression of people who had made their choice and were not regretting it. He didn't make a speech. He'd never liked speeches. Move well, he said. Look after each other. They went. The wards opened for Harry the way the front door had, promptly, completely, recognizing him as the thing they were built around. He and Hermione came out through the north garden and the cool evening air hit them and Harry felt the whole ward network around the property like an extension of himself, every boundary point a point of awareness, so he knew the moment Sirius and Remus engaged at the eastern boundary and the moment Ron and Neville hit the south. The Death Eaters at the north boundary were two, both masked, both focused on the ward face in front of them, running a methodical breaking combination that was technically impressive and completely ineffective against a network this deep. They didn't hear Harry and Hermione coming through the garden overgrowth because they weren't expecting anyone to come from inside. Harry was 10 feet from the closer one when the man finally turned. The curse that came was a reflex shot, fast and poorly aimed. Harry deflected it wandlessly, one hand, the same casual deflection he'd been doing in the back garden of Grimmauld Place for days, and closed the distance in 2 more steps and disarmed the man with an Expelliarmus that had rather more force behind it than strictly necessary, sending him backward into his colleague and both of them into the ward boundary, which deposited them outside it with a crackling golden flash that Harry had not specifically programmed but approved of nonetheless. The second one was already casting. Hermione hit him with a body bind from the left while Harry was still moving, and the man went rigid and fell sideways, and Harry caught his wand with his free hand. Nice, Harry said. Thank you, Hermione said, slightly breathlessly. The ward expelled the first one. Yes. Can you do that to more of them? Probably. I haven't tried deliberately. He looked at the ward boundary and felt it, felt the network's relationship to the people being pressed against it from outside, felt the difference between Hermione and Sirius and Ron and Neville inside it and the Death Eaters pushing against its outer face. The network knew the difference. Of course it did, it was keyed to his bloodline and his intent, which meant it was keyed to who he wanted inside it. He thought, push them out. The ward boundary blazed gold along its entire northern and eastern perimeter simultaneously and the crackle flash sound was much louder this time, followed by a series of collisions and impacts and several very loud voices from the eastern boundary where Sirius and Remus were operating. You just, Hermione started. Push them off the boundary, yes, Harry said. They'll recover. But we have about a minute before they reorganize. He looked east, through the ward network's awareness. Bellatrix was at the eastern boundary and he felt it through the network like a heat signature, furious. Not the controlled fury of someone following a plan. The kind of fury that came from having your operational assumptions systematically dismantled. She's going to come directly at the ward, Hermione said, watching the eastern tree line. I know. Harry. What Remus said, the kind of bigger that leaves a crater, I know, Harry said again. He hefted the sword. The pommel stone was glowing amber, had been since he'd activated the ward network. Go back inside, Hermione. Absolutely not, she said immediately. He looked at her. I'm not going anywhere, she said, with perfect composure and a slightly raised chin. I'm going to stand here and be ready for whatever she throws first so you can deal with what comes after. I am significantly better at defensive casting than any of the others and you know it. He did know it. Stay to my left, he said. Obviously. Bellatrix came through the tree line at the northern end of the eastern boundary, and Harry felt the instant she found the anchor point, felt it as a pressure in the ward network, a focused assault on the exact location she shouldn't have been able to find unless she understood how the old networks were structured, which meant she'd been specifically briefed. Someone had given her information about old magic ward construction before tonight, which was a separate problem for a separate time. She hit the boundary at the anchor point with something that had no color. It was a pulse of raw unstructured magic, the kind you only got from very powerful wizards who were very angry, and the ward shuddered with it. Not cracked, but shuddered. Harry moved toward her. He came around the north wing of the house and crossed the boundary, the ward letting him through without resistance, and stepped out into the open ground between the estate wall and the eastern tree line, and he was aware of the Death Eaters who'd been expelled from the boundary scrambling at the edges of his vision, and he was aware of Bellatrix 20 feet ahead of him, and he kept walking. She registered him at 15 feet and stopped. She was not in a mask. She never wore a mask, that was a Death Eater affectation she'd apparently decided didn't apply to her. Dark hair loose and wild, face sharp and bright with the particular elation she got in combat, which was always the most disturbing thing about her, the joy of it. Potter, she said, and the way she said it was a full sentence's worth of contempt and delight and readiness compressed into 2 syllables. Lestrange, Harry said. He stopped at 10 feet. You're early. She tilted her head. Her eyes were moving over him, over the robes, the sword, the ring, the quality of him that had changed from the 15-year-old she had presumably been briefed about. He watched the calculation happening behind her eyes. The Dark Lord will be interested to know what the little Potter boy has been getting up to, she said. Tell him whatever you like, Harry said. He was going to find out anyway. She cast. It came fast and it came in combination, a pain curse layered under a structured blasting hex that was the kind of working you only managed if you were genuinely skilled and didn't much care about collateral damage. Hermione hit the pain curse from the left with a counter curse Harry felt at the edges of his awareness, and Harry brought the sword up for the blasting hex the way he'd done on the Grimmauld Place staircase, and the blade split it. Bellatrix blinked. It was brief, a half-second of genuine surprise that she covered immediately with another cast. Harry deflected it wandlessly. She threw 3 more in rapid succession, building in complexity, the kind of combination that was specifically designed to exceed a single caster's ability to track and respond. Harry tracked and responded to all 3. Not gracefully, he was working, the concentration was genuine, but cleanly. The old magic shield on the complex ones, the sword on the 2 that had the kind of dark energy the blade liked to split, a wandless push on the last one that sent it sideways into empty ground where it detonated with a sound like a thunderclap. Bellatrix stopped casting. She was looking at him with an expression that had lost the joy and replaced it with something older and more professional, the expression of someone reassessing a situation mid-operation. You're different, she said. Yes, Harry agreed. The Dark Lord said you were still a boy, she said. Untrained. Manageable. People keep saying that, Harry said. They keep being wrong. She looked at him for another moment. Then her eyes flicked to his right, to the estate, to the ward still blazing gold at the boundary, to the scattered Death Eaters who had regrouped at the tree line but who were clearly not moving forward. Harry felt what she was calculating. The operation had failed. The assault on the wards had failed, the encirclement had failed, and now she was facing a target who was not behaving like the target was supposed to behave. Cut losses, report back, regroup. This isn't over, she said. I know, Harry said. She went. They all went, the tree line swallowing the dark-robed figures in under a minute, apparition cracks echoing back through the still evening air until they faded. Harry stood in the open ground between the estate and the trees for a moment. Sirius came around the side of the house and stopped beside him. He looked at the empty tree line and then at Harry. He was breathing slightly hard from whatever had happened at the east boundary but appeared undamaged. They ran, he said, with a satisfaction that didn't bother trying to be professional. She ran, Harry said. There's a difference. She ran to report. What do we do about that? Harry turned back toward the house. The ward boundary was still blazing, bright and steady and alive, the hearthstone pulse he could feel through the ring in his finger, warm and solid in his. We make this place ready, he said. Properly ready. They're going to come back, and when they do they're going to come with Voldemort or enough force that the practical effect is the same. We need people here. We need this house functioning. The Order, Sirius said. Some of them. The ones who'll follow because they've chosen to, not because Dumbledore asked them to. Sirius nodded slowly. You're building something. I've been building something since the audit, Harry said. This is where it starts to show. Neville and Ron came around the other side of the house, Ron with a scorch mark on his sleeve and Neville with a very satisfied expression and his wand still out. South boundary clear, Ron reported. 3 expelled, 1 stunned. Neville was brilliant, actually. Obviously, Neville said mildly. Remus appeared from the east side. He had a cut on his left hand that he was ignoring with the practice of someone who had been ignoring cuts for 20 years. Harry. Bellatrix will be with Voldemort inside the hour. I know. He'll accelerate his timeline. I'm counting on it, Harry said. He looked at all of them, in the evening light outside the house his family had built in a village Gryffindor had found it, and felt the ground under his feet the way the Emery's text described, not just as physical contact but as connection, the deep seam of old magic in the earth that had been here longer than the buildings and would outlast them too. The ground remembered. He was beginning to remember with it. Let's go inside, he said. There's a lot of work to do. Chapter 8, The Blood Never Lies. 3 days after Bellatrix ran from the Godric's Hollow estate, Voldemort came himself. Harry had known he would. Had, in fact, been counting on it, had spent those 3 days in a focused and controlled preparation that was the opposite of waiting. The house was no longer the sealed, dust-sheeted place they'd walked into. It was alive. People moved through it at all hours, the hearths were burning, the lights were up, and the ward network hummed through the walls like a pulse. Kingsley had come on the first day, arriving through the estate's newly activated Flu connection with intelligence and a steady manner and the look of a man who had been wanting to be useful for a long time and was finally being pointed in a useful direction. He'd brought 2 other Aurors, Tonks, whose hair was a complicated violet and whose competence was somewhat disguised by the fact that she'd knocked over 2 vases and a lamp in the first hour, and a quiet Scotsman named Dawlish who Kingsley had vouched for and who said very little but positioned himself in every room with the unconscious tactical awareness of someone who'd been doing this for 30 years. Augusta Longbottom had arrived on the second day with the Barrister Marchetti and a crate of supplies and the air of someone responding to a military summons they'd been expecting since 1981. She'd taken one look at the house, one look at Harry, and said, "Your grandmother would have liked you." Then she'd gone to the library and started organizing it, which was apparently her expression of approval. Madame Bones had come in person on the evening of the second day, which Harry hadn't entirely anticipated. She'd come through the estate gate at dusk with the ministry access log under her arm, the ward engineering file accesses Hermione had asked for, and she'd spread it on the main hall table and said, 3 people accessed the bypass documentation in the week before the attack on your Grimmauld Place residence. One of them is Dolores Umbridge. The name landed in the hall with the quality of a thing that had been expected and was still unpleasant. She had access to Ministry Ward engineering records. Sirius had said. She's senior undersecretary to the minister, Bones had said, with the tone of someone for whom this explained rather more than this single situation. She has access to a remarkable number of things she has no legitimate reason to access. Harry had filed that name carefully and said, the formal inquiry. Can we tie the access log to the attack directly? Not definitively. Not yet. Bones had looked at him. But combined with your audit documentation, the proxy vote history, and the Longbottom Alliance contract evidence, I am constructing a case that will make Cornelius Fudge very seriously reconsider who his friends are. She paused. And who his enemies are. He doesn't need to be my enemy, Harry had said. He needs to step back and let the law work. Bones had given him a look that contained a complicated assessment. You are 15 years old. I'm aware. You are 15 years old, she'd said again, in a different tone, and what she meant was something closer to remarkable, which Harry had acknowledged with a nod and moved on. On the morning of the third day Harry had returned to Gringotts and broken 4 more seals with Ragnarok, who had overseen the process with precise professional attention and then informed Harry, as they were leaving the vault, that the remaining 5 seals could be broken simultaneously now, that Harry's integration was stable enough, his core consolidated enough, that the phased approach was no longer necessary. All at once, Harry had said. If you choose. Today. I thought you might say that. Ragnarok had already had the documentation prepared. The 5 remaining houses, the second Prelatin house, House of the Starborn, plus Dunmore, Crestfall, Westmere, and Aldgate, came in together, and the effect was not the violence Ragnarok had predicted weeks ago, not the potential building leveling surge. It was the opposite of violence. It was a completion, the sensation of something that had been interrupted mid-note finally resolving to its final chord, a fullness that settled through Harry's chest and down to his bones and outward through his hands in a brief, warm light that had no particular color and didn't damage anything and faded within 30 seconds. Ragnarok had watched it happen with his hands folded. 22 houses, Harry had said. 22 houses, Ragnarok had confirmed. You are the first person to hold a complete claim of this scope since the founding of the Ministry. There is no legal or institutional framework in the British wizarding world that exceeds your standing. Harry had looked at his hands for a moment. Then let's make sure the right things get done with it. He'd come back to Godric's Hollow that afternoon and Hermione had taken one look at him and said, quietly, so only he could hear, it's done, isn't it? All of it. All of it, he'd confirmed. She'd nodded, once, and gone back to the ward monitoring setup she'd built in the East Wing without saying anything else, which was Hermione at her most perceptive, understanding that some things didn't need commentary, just acknowledgement. That evening, Dumbledore had arrived. He'd come to the gate and waited, had not tried to enter, had not used the flue, had simply appeared at the estate gate in the last of the daylight and stood there. Harry had felt him through the ward network and gone to the gate himself, and they'd looked at each other across it for a moment. I felt the final integration, Dumbledore had said. From Hogwarts. The magical resonance was, he stopped. I came to tell you something. Not as advice. Not as management. He met Harry's eyes. Sirius asked me the question you told him to ask. Harry had waited. About the decision to change Secret Keepers. Dumbledore had been still in a way that had nothing performed about it. I did not suggest the change. I did not know Pettigrew was the spy. Those things are true. He'd paused for a long moment. What is also true is that I knew Voldemort had a spy in your parents' circle, and I did not tell James because I was afraid of what he would do with the information, afraid he would act against Dumbledore's preferred strategy for ending the war. I decided it was safer to keep it from him and manage the threat from my end. His voice was very quiet. I did not manage it. James and Lily are dead and the Longbottoms are in St. Mungo's, and that is, in part, because I thought I understood the situation better than the people living inside it. Harry had stood at the gate and felt the weight of that land on him the way weight lands when you've been half expecting it and it still arrives harder than you thought. Thank you for telling Sirius, he'd said. He deserved to know. So do you. Dumbledore had looked at the house, at the lights in the windows, the ward network blazing faintly gold at the boundary, the sound of voices from inside. You've built something in 3 days that I didn't build in 30 years. You were building a different thing, Harry had said. Not kindly and not unkindly. Something that required me to be less than I was. It was always going to have limits. Dumbledore had looked at him, something in his face that was old and clear and honest. May I come in? Harry had opened the gate. Voldemort came at 2 in the morning on the 4th day. Harry was awake. He'd been awake for an hour, sitting with the Emery's texts in the main hall by a low fire, not reading. He'd finished the relevant sections 2 days ago, just present in the space, in the house, feeling the ward network breathe around him. He'd been expecting this in the way you expect weather when you can feel it building in the air pressure. The ward network registered the approach from 3 directions simultaneously. Not Death Eaters preceding him. With him, Voldemort arriving at the head of his force in the way he moved when he was making a point rather than running an operation. 43 distinct magical signatures, which was more than Harry had felt before and fewer than he'd been preparing for, and at the center of them a signature that was like no other, cold and complex and fractured in a way that the ward network found difficult to categorize, as though part of it was missing. Which it was. Harry knew the theory. The Horcruxes, the soul-splitting. Voldemort's magical signature was fractured because Voldemort's soul was fractured. The irony of using that against him had not escaped Harry. He stood up from the chair, set the book down, and picked up the sword. "Sirius," he said. Not loudly. The house heard him and carried it. That was a feature of old magic ward networks that he'd discovered by accident 2 days ago, the ability to speak through the ward structure to people within it. Sirius appeared at the top of the stairs within 30 seconds, fully dressed, wand out, awake in the way people who had been sleeping lightly wake when the thing they were listening for arrives. Behind him came Remus, then Kingsley, then Tonks, then Dawlish. Then Ron's voice from upstairs, "They're here." And Harry, "Get everyone up." He went to the front door. The grounds of the Godric's Hollow estate had been impressive in daylight. At 2 in the morning with the ward network fully active and 43 Death Eaters arrayed outside the boundary, they were something else, the golden ward light painting everything in amber and shadow, the old trees and overgrown gardens rendered strange and significant, the house rising dark and solid behind Harry as he walked through the ward boundary and out into the open ground before it. He wasn't alone. He'd known they would follow him out and he'd let them, Sirius on his left, Remus on his right, and behind them Kingsley and Tonks and Dawlish, and behind them Ron and Hermione and Neville, and behind them Dumbledore, who had stayed the night when Harry had suggested it and who stood now with his wand at his side in the particular stillness of a man who had understood, finally, what his role in this moment was. Supporting. Not leading. The Death Eaters were in a wide arc across the estate's open ground, dark-robed and masked, 43 of them arranged with a precision that suggested someone had organized the positioning carefully. They were absolutely still. Waiting. Voldemort stood at the arc's center. He was as Harry had last seen him, tall and thin and white-pale, the flat snake face, the red eyes that caught the ward light and threw it back wrong. He wore no mask. He never wore a mask. He stood with his wand in one hand and his hands at his sides and he looked at Harry across the 50 feet between them with an expression that was assessing and cold and, underneath both of those things, alert in the way of something that had just been surprised and was processing the surprise at speed. Harry stopped. The ward boundary was behind him. The house was behind him. His people were behind him. He was standing in front of all of them with the Pendragon sword in his right hand and the Potter signet glowing amber on his right index finger and 22 houses of old blood in every cell of his body, and he looked at Voldemort across 50 feet of moonlit grass and felt, nothing that could be called fear. "Tom," he said. The word hit the silence like a stone hits glass. Behind Voldemort, several of the Death Eaters shifted, a small, involuntary movement at the use of the name. Voldemort himself went very still. "You've grown into something unexpected," Voldemort said. His voice was soft and precise and carried without effort. "In a very short time." "The vault audit was thorough," Harry said. "Pendragon," Voldemort said. He was looking at the sword. "I felt the Pendragon seal break 2 weeks ago. The monitoring ward." He tilted his head slightly, the way a snake tilts toward a sound. "The last time a Pendragon heir claimed full inheritance, the magical landscape of Britain rearranged itself for a generation." "I'm aware. You understand what you're carrying," Voldemort said. "Most children in your position would have spent 2 weeks in shock." "I spent about 2 minutes in shock," Harry said. Then I got busy. Something moved in Voldemort's expression, not admiration, not exactly, but its dark mirror. Recognition of something he understood. He was the product of his own obsessive self-creation, after all. The impulse to become something larger than circumstance was one he recognized from the inside. The prophecy, Voldemort said. Say what you want to say, Harry said. I have spent 20 years afraid of a child who turned out to be considerably more than a child, Voldemort said. The fear was appropriate. The direction was incorrect. I was afraid of the wrong thing. He raised his wand slightly, not casting yet, just moving into position. I was told you were being kept small. Managed. That Dumbledore had ensured you would arrive at this moment with less than you needed. He tried, Harry said. He failed. Yes. That failure, Voldemort said, is why I'm here. If you had come to me as Dumbledore intended, diminished, isolated, running on grief and instinct, the prophecy would have resolved cleanly and quickly and entirely in my favor. His red eyes moved over Harry with the quality of genuine assessment. You are not diminished. No, Harry said. I'm not. Which means the prophecy's resolution is genuinely uncertain. A pause. That is interesting. I have not found many things genuinely interesting in a very long time. I could point out, Harry said, that you're standing here having a conversation with me instead of attacking, which tells me you're uncertain about what happens if you attack. Voldemort was quiet. And I could point out that you came with 43 Death Eaters to face one 15-year-old, which tells me that even with the uncertainty you've done some math and decided the math required numbers. Harry held the sword loosely at his side. How many of them are going to go home tonight if this goes badly? What does that do to the movement? You're stalling, Voldemort said. I'm negotiating, Harry said. There's a difference. Negotiating. Voldemort said the word as though tasting something he hadn't expected to be offered. You think we can negotiate? No, Harry said. But I wanted you to tell me that, so your people could hear it. So they know you had the chance to choose something other than more dead wizards and you didn't. Voldemort looked at him for a long moment. Then he raised his wand. The first curse he threw was not the killing curse. It was something Harry had never seen, a massive, structured working, dark red and black, the kind of thing that took genuine power and genuine expertise, and it came fast and with the intention of ending the conversation rather than winning an argument. Harry brought the Pendragon sword up. The blade hit the working at its center and split it, the same as it had split Bellatrix's blasting hex, but the scale was different and the force was different and the split was not clean, it fragmented outward rather than dissipating neatly, and 3 fragments of the original working hit the ground around Harry and detonated in rapid succession. He was moving before the third one went, stepping through the debris field with the spatial awareness that had been building in him since the Pendragon seal, reading the geometry of incoming magic the way you read a room, and he came out of the debris field and cast. Not a curse. An old magic anchor, animus cast, declared intent, channeled through the sword and projected outward not as a weapon but as a working, a massive ward construct pushed across the ground between Harry and Voldemort in under 2 seconds, a barrier of old blood magic that hit Voldemort's next curse head-on and absorbed it and held. Voldemort pushed against it. Harry felt him push through the working, felt the raw power of it, the cold fracture in his magical core that the Horcruxes had created, the gaps in his ability to push clean sustained force. It was like pushing against something and finding the places where your own hands had been removed and the push was inconsistent. Voldemort was powerful. He was also not whole, and the working Harry had raised was keyed to wholeness, to the integrated magic of 22 complete bloodlines, and wholeness had certain advantages over fractured power in a sustained working. The barrier held. Behind Harry, the battle had started. He was peripherally aware of it, the sound of it, the cast and counter rhythm of 20 people fighting at once, and through the ward network he was aware of his people, all of them, which ones were pressed hard and which ones had room and whether anyone needed him to break from the central engagement. His awareness was everywhere simultaneously and nowhere was critical yet. He pressed forward against the barrier, pushing it toward Voldemort, and Voldemort fell back a step. That was the moment. A step back was not defeat, Harry knew that, but it was the moment when every Death Eater watching saw their lord step back from a 15-year-old, and the effect of that in the next week and month and year would compound in ways that mattered more than who won this specific engagement tonight. Voldemort knew it too. His red eyes snapped to Harry with something that was fury barely controlled by intelligence. Avada Kedavra, he said, flat and direct. The killing curse came green and fast, and Harry had known it was coming, had, if he was honest with himself, been building to this specific moment since the night he'd sat in his room at Grimmauld Place and declared his intent into the ward structure. He did not step aside. He did not shield. He spoke. One word. In the old magic speech of the Emrys line, a language that was not Latin and not gobbledygook and not Parseltongue, a language that predated all of them, that his reading of the 1200-year-old texts had assembled in his mind over 3 weeks of daily study without him fully understanding until this moment what it was preparing him for. The word was not a counter-curse. It was not a shield charm in any conventional sense. It was a declaration. The sword blazed. The pommel stone went from amber to white gold, the same white gold the Blood Bowl had gone in Ragnarok's meeting room, and the light it threw was enormous, instantaneous, flooding the entire grounds of the Godric's Hollow estate in a brightness that turned midnight into noon, and the killing curse hit that light and did not pass through it. It stopped. Not deflected. Not absorbed. Stopped, the way a tide stops against an ancient seawall, and the green of it drained out of it as it stopped, drained out like color from a cloth held underwater, and what fell to the ground at Harry's feet was not a curse anymore. It was just air. The light faded over about 3 seconds. The grounds were silent. Voldemort was looking at the space where the killing curse had been with an expression that Harry would carry with him for the rest of his life, genuine, unmanaged shock, undisguised, briefly unguarded, the face of a man confronting something that fell entirely outside his operational model of the world. "That's not possible," Voldemort said. His voice was still controlled, but the control was work now. "My mother would tell you it is," Harry said. "She'd explain the theory. She was better at explaining than I am." "Love," Voldemort said, and the word in his mouth had the tone of something he'd always found contemptible. "You want me to believe, I don't want you to believe anything," Harry said. "I want you to leave." He pushed the iron vox into that last word. Not as a weapon, he'd been careful about that, had been careful about the difference between a command intended to harm and a command intended to move. The word landed in Voldemort's chest with the force of the thing it was, not a curse, not an attack, just a declaration of exactly what Harry intended, carrying the full weight of 22 houses and a properly integrated magical core and a choice made in complete clarity. Voldemort took 2 steps back. He was fighting it, Harry could see him fighting it, the red eyes incandescent with effort and fury, but the 2 steps were involuntary, the body responding to the declared intent the way the ward network had responded, because old magic didn't negotiate with resistance. It simply was what it was. "This isn't finished," Voldemort said, and his voice had the quality of something being reclaimed from chaos. "It isn't," Harry agreed. "But tonight it is." Voldemort looked at him for a long moment. Then he turned, an act that cost him something, Harry could see it cost him something, and that cost was not nothing, and he went. The Death Eaters around him began operating, the cracks of disapparition in rapid sequence across the grounds, and the golden ward light was left illuminating an empty field and the overturned earth where 43 people had stood. The last one to go was Bellatrix, who was at the eastern tree line and who turned to look at Harry before she left. Her expression was impossible to read at the distance, but something in her posture was different from Godric's Hollow 4 days ago. She looked at him for 3 full seconds and then she was gone. Harry stood in the empty grounds and breathed. Behind him the sounds of the battle, which had, he now registered, wound down in the last minute, the Death Eaters breaking off when Voldemort turned, were gone, replaced by the quiet checking-in sounds of people assessing each other's damage. Voices. Someone laughing briefly. Tonks saying something that got a response from Kingsley, who sounded relieved. Sirius appeared beside him. He was unhurt, or unhurt enough that he was standing straight and moving easily. He looked at the empty field, at the burned grass where curses had landed, at the fading gold of the wards. He looked at Harry. "You stopped the killing curse," Sirius said. "Yes. With a word." "With the right word," Harry said. "Your mother's theory," Sirius said. "Her theory and her library and her ward map and her letter in the chest." Harry looked at the sword in his hand. The pommel stone was cooling back to amber. All of it, together. That's what Dumbledore didn't understand. He thought the power was a substitute for everything else. It isn't. It's part of everything else. You can't separate them. Sirius was quiet for a moment. Then, Voldemort's not gone. No. He's injured in a way that matters, politically, strategically, inside his own movement, but he's not gone. Harry sheathed the sword. This doesn't end tonight. I know that. But tonight was necessary, Harry said. Tonight was the first time he's faced me as I actually am and not what Dumbledore thought I needed to be. He needs to recalibrate everything he thinks he knows about this conflict, and recalibration takes time, and I'm going to use that time well. He turned back toward the house. Also, I'm very hungry. Sirius made a sound that was entirely laugh, startled out of him, and the sound of it in the post-battle quiet was warm and real and human and exactly right. They were all in the main hall at 4 a.m, the fire rebuilt and burning high, the ward network settling into its post-engagement rhythm, steady and bright and confident in the way of something that had been tested and had held. Hermione had a cut on her forehead that she was insisting was fine while Remus ignored her insistence and dealt with it. Ron was eating, because Ron's response to high-stakes events was to eat, and for once Neville was matching him, which suggested that Neville had had a substantial evening. Tonks had finally stopped apologizing for the lamp she'd broken in the east wing. Dawlish was asleep in a chair, upright, which was impressive. Augusta Longbottom was making tea in the kitchen with the purposefulness of a general managing supplies. Dumbledore was standing by the window on the far side of the hall, looking out at the grounds. Harry went and stood beside him. They were quiet for a moment. "The Iron Vox," Dumbledore said. "And the animus working you through against his initial assault. And the word you used on the killing curse, that was Emery's line speech." "Yes. I've studied the Emery's texts for 40 years. He paused. "I never had the bloodline to activate them. I could read them. I could understand them in the abstract." He looked at Harry. "What does it feel like? The old magic, when it's fully operational." Harry thought about it. "Like speaking clearly," he said. "Like the magic was always there and I was always speaking it but with something in the way. Now there's nothing in the way." He paused. "It's not separate from me. That's what I mean. The Pendragon seal, what it was doing was making me separate from parts of myself. Taking it off didn't give me new things. It gave me back what was already mine." Dumbledore looked at the window. "I thought I was protecting that," he said quietly. "I thought I was keeping it safe for the right moment." "You were keeping it away from me," Harry said. "Which is different." "Yes." He was quiet for a moment. "I've been thinking about what you said. That you have to be whole to choose love properly. That a choice made from a diminished self isn't a real choice. And I think you're right," Dumbledore said. He said it simply and completely, with no qualifications, and Harry registered that Dumbledore saying "I think you're right" was not a small thing. "I think I have been operating from a fundamental misunderstanding of what Lily's sacrifice actually demonstrated. I saw it as evidence that love transcends power. What it actually demonstrated is that love is power, the same force, operating at its full capacity." "My mother understood that," Harry said. "Your mother understood a great many things I didn't give her sufficient credit for," Dumbledore said. He looked at Harry. She told me once, directly, that she was afraid I was making the same mistake with you that had been made with Tom Riddle. Harry turned to look at him. Riddle was isolated, Dumbledore said. Deliberately, by circumstance and by choices made around him. He grew up without knowing what he was, without connection to his history, without a family that functioned. I thought Lily was making a comparison between his origins and yours, and I thought it was flawed. I thought the difference was that you had love where he had none. He paused. She wasn't making that comparison. She was saying that isolation produces distortion regardless of the presence or absence of love. That a child raised in isolation from their own history and power becomes something other than what they were meant to be. She was right then. She was right about what I was doing to you. His voice was very old and very quiet. I'm sorry, Harry. For all of it. Inadequately and genuinely. Harry looked at the fire in the middle of the hall, at his people around it, Sirius laughing at something Ron had said, Hermione finally letting Remus finish dealing with her forehead and wearing the expression of someone who has accepted medical attention under protest, Neville and Augusta in a quiet, serious conversation that looked nothing like a grandmother talking to a shy grandson and everything like two capable people making a plan. I know you are, Harry said. And I'm going to keep holding you accountable for it, not as punishment, but because the things that were done have consequences that don't go away when an apology is made. The Wisengamot seats that need to be accounted for. The properties that need to be properly restored to record. Neville's parents, who have been in St. Mungo's for 14 years because of decisions you made about what to tell people and what to manage. Those things need work. Yes, Dumbledore said. I know. You can help with that work, Harry said. That's a choice I'm offering you. Not because I need you to, I have what I need, but because you still have 30 years of magical expertise and institutional knowledge and the genuine care for this world that was always underneath the decisions you got wrong. Those things are still valuable if they're pointed correctly. Dumbledore was quiet for a long moment. That is an extraordinarily generous offer. It's a practical one, Harry said. The war isn't over. Voldemort is going to recalibrate and come back, and the next engagement is going to be larger. I need every capable ally I can get, operating honestly. He looked at Dumbledore directly. Can you operate honestly? Not strategically, not with management goals, just honestly, as a person who made serious mistakes and is trying to make different choices now. Dumbledore met his eyes. I can try, he said. I cannot promise I will always succeed. Old habits are structural. That's honest, Harry said. That's exactly what I asked for. Something moved through Dumbledore's expression, something that was not relief exactly but was what relief looked like in a man who had been carrying too much for too long and had just been offered the chance to set some of it down. Thank you, he said. Harry nodded. He went back to the fire. Dawn came to Godric's Hollow the way dawn comes to places that have been through something large, carefully, incrementally, light feeling out the shapes of things before committing to full brightness. The grounds were still. The ward network was steady. The house was warm and full of the particular quiet of people who were exhausted and present and alive. Harry sat on the front steps with a mug of tea and the Pendragon sword across his knees, and he watched the light change over the grounds. Ragnarok arrived at 7, through the estate gate, dressed in formal burgundy and carrying his briefcase as if it were perfectly ordinary to conduct business at sunrise after a battle. He came up the path and stopped at the foot of the steps and looked at Harry for a moment. The confrontation, he said. He came, Harry said. He left. Casualties? None. A few injuries. Nothing serious. Ragnarok processed this. The word you used, he said. On the killing curse. I felt it from London. He paused, and Ragnarok's pauses were always deliberate, always carrying more than the silence suggested. That word exists in Goblin records as a theoretical construct. Something our scholars debated for centuries. Whether it was truly possible to declare a thing so completely into being that it overrode the nature of incoming magic entirely. It was possible, Harry said. Yes, Ragnarok said, with the tone of someone updating a very long-standing record. It appears it was. He sat down beside Harry on the steps without being asked, which was unusual enough that Harry registered it. There are political implications from last night. Voldemort attacked the ancestral home of the Pendragon heir in force and was repelled. That information will move through the wizarding world quickly. Let it. The neutral families, the ones who stood at the Wizengamot session, they are waiting, Ragnarok said. To see what you are. What you'll do with what you have. He looked at the grounds. Last night is an answer. And the goblins? Harry asked. Ragnarok was quiet for a moment. Goblins have been waiting for a wizard of sufficient standing and sufficient integrity to formally renegotiate the terms of our coexistence with the wizarding world, he said. For several centuries. The 1752 Accord is a floor, not a ceiling. There is a great deal of space above it that has never been explored. He met Harry's eyes. You have the Wizengamot standing to propose renegotiation. You have the political capital from last night to make it move. And you have the relationship with Gringotts, with me specifically, to make it credible. You want me to push for goblin rights reform, Harry said. I want you to consider whether the magical world you're building has room for it, Ragnarok said carefully. That is all. The consideration is yours. Harry looked at the early morning grounds, the sunlight on the overgrown roses, the old boundary wall with its hearthstone warm anchor point, the whole improbable thing he was sitting in the middle of. He thought about Ragnarok in that first meeting room, saying, Gringotts has observed, for several centuries, the manner in which the wizarding world treats its own inheritance laws. The blood never lied. The blood had said 22 houses and a sealed inheritance and 14 years of managed diminishment. But the blood had also said this is yours, all of it, the power and the responsibility of it, the possibility of what you could do when you stopped being what someone else needed you to be and started being what you actually were. Yes, Harry said. There's room for it. We'll talk properly. Ragnarok inclined his head. A gesture that carried more in it than the movement suggested. Good, he said. They sat on the steps as the sun came fully up over Godric's Hollow, a goblin director and a 15-year-old heir to 22 houses, and watched the morning arrive, and the silence between them was the silence of two people who understood each other's interests well enough to trust them, which was its own kind of alliance, and not a small one. Inside the house, Harry could hear the sounds of morning, voices, the flow, the smell of breakfast beginning in Augusta Longbottom's capable hands. Sirius, laughing at something. Hermione's voice, explaining something to Neville with the focused precision she used for things she thought were important, which was most things. Ron, somewhere, requesting an unreasonable amount of toast with the cheerful shamelessness of a person who knew exactly who he was and was completely comfortable with it. The war was not over. Harry knew that the way he knew all the important things now, not as an abstract fact but as a felt truth, grounded in his bones. Voldemort was alive and would rebuild, and the next engagement would be harder and more complex, and the political work of the Wizengamot and the justice work of Bones's inquiry and the long careful labor of rebuilding what had been taken were all still ahead of him. But he was whole. That was the thing. He was entirely, finally, genuinely himself, the heir of 22 houses and his mother's letter and his father's strategic mind and Sirius's loyalty and Remus's steadiness and his friends around a kitchen table and this house in this village in this morning, all of it integrated and present and real. Dumbledore had been afraid that power would replace love. What he'd missed was that they were the same current in the same wire. You didn't choose between them. You became whole enough to carry both. Harry held the sword across his knees and felt the sun on his face and the ward network humming through the ring on his finger, and he thought, all right then. Not an ending. A beginning with the foundation properly laid. All right then. Let's go.